Oh yes. I saw pictures of the previous building. I actually, my area oh, well, yeah, and the entries and selected are wide variety, and we use size, It's not ready, so it's in good state with any harm. And I can tell you, you want to sit with my family. Oh, anyway, well. And I think a lot of it is every 3 months for go tests, examinations, and on that there's that. You have that reoccurring events. We eat very well. We eat lots of vegetarian I went for my check 2 weeks ago. Oh yeah, your weight is good, your height is good, blah 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 blah, it's really good. How much alcohol? I said, well, doing about 2 to 4 units a week. Really? Yes, honestly, I'm not people underestimate it. It holds no frustration. Probably if you're a resident, smoking 40 a day. He did ask me which room I was in, so I was in the car to go and sort of.
Hello, dear colleagues. Good morning, good to see you all. My name is Selma Harrington. I am an architect from Dublin and member of the executive board of the Architects Council of Europe, past presidents, etc. My colleague Veronika Schropfer, she's employed in the office as head of EU projects. We are delighted to welcome you today, delighted to be part of this project, which is coming to the end of one phase of it. We'd just like to give you a little intro on the Architects Council. You have greetings also from our president, Ruth Schagemann, who was unable to join us today, but we wish you all a pleasant stay and a fruitful program today. So over to Veronika to give you a little info about the way we work in the Architects Council and how we are engaged on projects with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Selma. So welcome to you all from my side as well. Just trying if the technology works, and it doesn't. And we are live on YouTube, right? Okay, thank you. So I'm so happy to see this full room. I have to say, like, this is the last of a series of events, and this is, I mean, for us, there's always continuous events from the other two project partners, but I'm so happy to see many faces from previous events as well, and many new faces, and I'm really happy that the room is full, and I think it's going to be a very, very interesting day. I have just a few slides about the Architects Council of Europe in case you don't know us yet. In those who I've already presented this, I'm sorry for the repetition. So we are the Architects Council of Europe. That means we are the European umbrella organization representing all the architects towards the EU institutions. We are made out of 43 member organizations, which are the national regulatory and professional representative bodies. And so the way it works is basically you're an architect in your country and you're a member of your chamber, and these chambers are our members. What we do is we do mainly policy work. So we are a single voice of the architects towards the EU institutions. We observe which regulations are coming out and which are affecting the everyday life of an architect. We work a lot on education, how to become an architect, and on the mobility between the different member states of the European Union. And of course, we work also a lot on the quality of the architecture and the sustainability of the built environment. So myself, Gloria and Larissa, that you met at the entrance, we are the three main people working on EU-funded projects in the office in Brussels. And we have many of them in a very diverse range. So we are working on technologies, on new building materials, on how to renovate in a circular way, how to have a collaborative design approach with communities, digitalization, like you name it, we're on it, the cutting edge research on how the built environment will look in the future. So we put a few leaflets also in these green folders that you have on the table, and feel free to ask us if you have any more questions. In the SOAR project, we are there because of the security by design aspect, of course. So we are not only speaking about the building itself, the place of worship, but also about the urban structure around it. And so how can this be designed in a secure way without feeling like you're sitting in a castle? Like there are different ways how you can design the urban structure and the building and make it feel safe and aesthetic at the same time. So for this, we did a lot of events as well. So we did a lot of online dialogues as well, like what is the current state and standards for security by design. And we were looking at different aspects like the perimeter security or really CCTV in the entrances. We were also looking what do the other EU-funded projects do under the same call? How do they approach this topic? And in the end, we also had the one event where we had 3 of the exhibition examples that you have here presented. And then we also did a series of real events, real, like in person, of which one today is the last one, where we also looked at very specific aspects, because of course in Europe, a lot of places of worship are already built, they're existing, so you cannot change the urban structure around it completely. So how do you react to that as a designer? But also, how do you fund security by design renovations, let's call it renovations or adaptations. Like we know there's a lot of funding available for energy efficiency, but is there funding available for security by design? So we had an event on this in Copenhagen, but also on cybersecurity. If you plan and adapt a building, you have digital building data. What are you doing with this data to protect it, that no one gets it who could use this data against you? So we covered different topics throughout this project, and today is really the closing event for the Architects Council of Europe, for our work here, to come together and to speak a little bit about the results of all these events. There's also a series of scoping papers that were produced for the events, so if you're interested in any specific topic, you can find these on the website. And then this was one of the main things that we did in this project, was the call for best practice examples. And so we launched a call for architectural best practice examples. And I think all 9 that were selected are here in the room today. We put this all in this exhibition that you can see there, and also in a booklet, of which I'm ashamed that I can at the moment only show the picture. So we did have 100 copies in Copenhagen with us, and we left them there. Well, the people there took them, let's put it that way. And then we ordered a new batch, and it was supposed to arrive yesterday, and now the printer said it will arrive this morning. So stay excited. It will come, hopefully soon, and then we will put it on the table and you can all have a copy or 2. Yeah, but this is how it looks like, sorry. Yeah, so just quickly an overview of the agenda. This is Selma and me welcoming you all. Then Shaukat, the coordinator of the project, will present the achievements so far. So we still have a few months to go, but you know, there were a lot of trainings, a lot of events, a lot of resources produced. So he will give you an overview of that. We will have a message from a faith leader. We have in all these events a message from a faith leader, of course, because we are doing interfaith events. And then we will have one, so you can basically say, so we have 9 projects chosen. We had 3 presented online, 1 presented in Copenhagen, and the other 5 will present today. So we have the first one, then thereafter, and we place them a bit in between the agenda, so you don't hear like one project after the other. So it's really like you have one project, and then you have another presentation, and then another project, and so on. So we start with the Porto Cathedral. Then Jason, from our third project partner, will present their findings on security challenges. And then we have a short coffee break. After that, we will have an intervention by our 2 colleagues from the European Commission, from DG Home, Tamara and Valerio. And then we will have another architectural best practice example. And then we go on that Selma will come again and will speak about the reflections of the call, because Selma was the chair of the jury. And then we will have another architectural best practice. And then we will have a presentation on terrorist attacks on places of worship, a bit more on an international experience, and then we will break for lunch. It's really long to report on an agenda, but yeah. Then we will start. So when we're all digesting and we all want to sit down, we will start with a projection of a short movie, The Holy Houses, and the director will be with us or is with us already, and will explain a little bit more about the short film. After that, we will have another architectural best practice. And then Paul from the coordinator, IFI, will speak about the standards and guidance on security by design. And then we will have the last architectural best practice. And then we finish today with an open discussion, which we can either have here or we can just, we will find a way to have an open discussion and speak about any other comments that you have or anything. This is supposed to be an interactive event, so whenever you want to say something, please just jump in and raise questions and so on. So I thank you very much, and I'm excited to have this day with you. And I hand over to Shaukat.
Good morning. My name is Shaukat Warich. I'm the Director of Enhancing Faith Institutions, the main coordinator for this project. Before I start, I'd just like to say thank you, Gloria, for putting together such a wonderful event. And thank you, Salma, for your leadership from ACE as well. And Gloria, for all your incredible work. All these presentations that you see. Veronica, no, she takes some credit as well. She never takes credit. She's been working so hard and all the ACE team. And also I'd like to thank the EU for supporting us, for funding this project. It's an incredibly important initiative. Why did we get involved with this project? Fundamentally, this project is about life and death. It is that stark. Back in 2013, when we saw the murder of a soldier, an off-duty soldier in London by some ISIS affiliates, nearly 400 faith institutions were attacked in the UK. And this set off a trend globally. We were monitoring this trend globally, and this came to a front when it happened in Christchurch. I don't know if you heard the news today. The Prime Minister of New Zealand has resigned, Jacinda Ardern. She's resigned and said she's had enough. Incredible. I went to New Zealand after the Christchurch attacks. And then after the Christchurch attacks, where 51 people were killed, 2 weeks later in Colombo, 260 people were murdered on Easter Sunday in Colombo. So the EU, in its wisdom, in its strategy, and looking at the intelligence on the ground, it was quite clear that the extremist organizations from different persuasions felt and feel and actually strategically believe that faith institutions are legitimate targets. And within that strategic understanding, the EU put out a call. We were invited, as many other people were, to consider applying for this funding, and we were fortunate to be given this funding. And actually, since 2021, when we started this project, obviously initially in 2021, we were hit with the COVID crisis. But since 2022, I can honestly say the appetite from faith leaders is incredible. They want to be involved. They need assistance. They're desperately seeking advice from architects, from civil planners, from the police, from the local authorities. And my brief presentation, hopefully, will show the magnitude of the engagement that this project has had with the support of the EU. Hopefully, technology will work. I'm going to start briefly with, hopefully, fingers crossed, a video. We showed this video a few weeks ago to somebody, and one of the colleagues in the audience said, did the EU fund a helicopter to take these pictures from the church? I said, no, they're not that generous. But they have been actually incredibly generous and very supportive. And I want to thank the EU for the support. That was just some drone footage. What was the strategic ambition? Obviously, after the attacks, many of the faith communities were feeling vulnerable, very sensitive. So the idea was to give a resemblance of and give some support on how to be safe, what to look out for. So empowering communities to feel safe and to work together and to bring communities together. And all our events have been multi-faith, interfaith, intra-faith. So we've had the whole spectrum of European diversity, which has been incredible. And then essentially what we're trying to do is help decision makers, whether in faith institutions or at urban level, at council level, in police forces, to help them make decisions for security, development in places of worship. So we've been working on these three ambitions. We've had people on the ground, so this has been a program that's not just been digital. So obviously 2019, 2020, 2021, everything went online. But what faith communities wanted wasn't just online, they wanted a face-to-face engagement. So we set about establishing a network of people in 7 countries. So France, Germany, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Hungary, Austria. We have physical entities on the ground engaging local authorities, the police, and different faith leaders. Okay, anyone with any size of institution, we said you're welcome to be part of the training programs. We've had these 7 key critical areas of work: protective security training, which has been the bulk of our activity, this face-to-face engagement. Security by design, this is this unique innovation where we are basically, as Veronica said, you've got some very historic sites in Europe. How do you make architectural adjustments to protect these very beautiful monuments, number one. Number two, there is now a growth through migration of the development of new religious sites. How can you develop the sustainable strategies to protect those facilities? Security by design is a new area of development. The EU has just released its guidance just last month, and our work is complementing what the EU has provided so far. Risk assessments, we have gone physically to institutions that invited us to give them a risk assessment. And those risk assessments have been confidential, but what we have seen is incredible risky facilities. It's very sad. This vulnerability has to be plugged. We have probably nearly over 100 requirements, more than 100 organizations that wanted this help. We were funded to hit 50. And nearly every single institution that we have seen has got incredibly risky facilities when it comes to security, but also health and safety. So this is something that we need to look at for the future. Incident management, we're looking at what do you do in an incident, very important. Security best practice tips and videos. So this is what we've been producing to distribute the knowledge wide, and so far nearly 3 million people have engaged online on some of our facilities, some of our materials. And the EU dialogue events have been very important, where faith communities, activists have been able to speak to people in authorities about this work, and I'm glad to see that FC is here to talk about their work later on. So over 40 events, we've engaged just this year, we're nearly touching 1,000 leaders. So we've worked incredibly hard. We've hit nearly 1,000 people this year. Working in 7 countries, as I said, and we're nearly getting to the stage where we've got 50 risk assessments. We've still got 2.5 months to go. We'll hopefully hit that target. We've got 2 retreats coming up, one in France, one in Germany, where we're bringing all faith leaders to be part of this weekend retreat to look at incident management. One thing that we've started to realize, that when there is a crisis, religious leaders do not know how to manage such an incident. Who do they need to talk to, and how do they work with civil bureaucracy, especially the police, to reduce further risk following an attack? So this is coming up in the next couple of months, and these network dialogue events and also security by design discussions are still going on. These are just some pictorial views of the training events that have taken place in the 7 countries. As you can see, there is incredible diversity, and we've prided ourselves in bringing not just major faith groups, but minority faith groups as well. And the appetite has been incredible. We've had to, in certain circumstances, we've had to stop registration because the room was we just exceeded our capacity. This gave us the indication that faith leadership is seeking your help. They're looking for architects. They're looking for senior police officers to talk to. They're looking for bureaucrats to engage on this subject. There is a rich vein of engagement here, and I would commend you to please reach out. And if you need our assistance and help, we're here to talk to you. Veronica touched upon these documents. These, I think, are unique. We've spoken to some UN experts. This is the first of its kind, this innovation, this information about security by design. The UN at the moment is actively looking at this information, and I'll tell you some recent information from the UN on SPD. This innovation needs to continue. These guides are being downloaded in their hundreds at the moment, and we see a rich vein for architects in developing this area. Today is also about celebrating the successes of this competition. Salma and her team have been leading this. It's a great initiative, and you'll see on your on this side of the room some of the winners and some of the people that have contributed to the competition. Please do look at those during the day. This call for best practice has been, the knowledge has been distributed around the world. Just to give you an idea, from the training programs that we did, we found that nearly 90% of the people who've given their feedback said that they learned something and they have improved their knowledge on SPD and they want more information. This is some of the risk assessments. Risk assessments have been a real eye-opener. From walking in the eyes of a potential threat actor, walking into a church, walking into a mosque, walking into a temple, when we've talked to leaders and said, have you thought about this risk? Have you thought about this risk? Their eyes have been made wide open. Challenges are there. Who's going to help to plug those challenges? Big question marks. These are some of the publications. There have been over 20 publications, 35 videos, 90 newsletters. These are all free to download from the EFI SOAR website. And these guidances that we put together for specifically religious events, again, incredible numbers of downloads have taken place. Videos as well. We're also in the process of developing an app, a security by design app for people to download and test their knowledge on SPD. Final couple of slides. This is the UN General Assembly last year. In the General Assembly last year, 6 months into the project, they came to talk to us about our project, and they said that this is one of the best projects in the world, and they've put this project as best practice in their documentation from their website. So in their fourth copy, Protecting Religious Sites for Terrorist Attacks, the SOAR project has been highlighted as best practice, which was incredible for us. So getting that endorsement is an accolade for all the team members involved with the SOAR project, and I commend them all for the work that they've done. This review work, we've been providing some reports to police forces, specifically in France and Germany, who wanted our research and wanted our insight and how they can help and understand the challenges that they're facing in those countries. And we've had some great feedback from them. I recommend you to download these reports if you have time. So that concludes my presentation. I'm here all day. I'd love to talk to you. If you have any insights, if you have any ideas, if you want to work with faith communities, if you want to work with us moving forward, we'd be delighted to engage with you. But this is a moving idea. This is a moving project. The project will not essentially stop by the end of March. The faith communities are desperately seeking help, and we hope that the SOAR project will continue in some form to help faith communities. I thank you so much.
So I will now give the floor to our faith leader from today, Don Marcello Polini, who will be translated or get translation help from Gloria, if needed. Okay.
Buongiorno. Ringrazio anzitutto per l'invito e la gentilezza che mi è stata manifestata ad intervenire in questo importante simposio europeo. Il mio intende essere un messaggio di incoraggiamento al vostro importante lavoro a favore di una riqualificazione degli ambienti di culto sparsi per l'Europa.
Okay, so thank you all for the invitation and the kindness that you show me to intervene in this important symposium. Yeah. Big word, but yeah, thanks for the appreciation. And mine wants to be encouragement message for your important work that you've been doing to renovating places of worship around Europe.
I processi di sicurezza in generale, in architettura in particolare, sono degli interventi tecnici, informatici, architettonici. Sono pure processi che richiedono approfondimenti socioculturali e coinvolgono pienamente atteggiamenti anche di carattere religioso.
Security process in general and in architecture in particular are technical intervention, technical informatics, architectonics interventions. These are also processes that require a social cultural focus, and hence they require also a willing that is religious at the end.
Desidero proporre alcune riflessioni su questo secondo aspetto, partendo dal cammino che la mia parrocchia ha intrapreso per la costruzione del nuovo complesso parrocchiale nel quartiere Varignano, situato nella periferia sud di Viareggio, città balneare famosa in Toscana e in Italia quale perla del Tirreno per il suo turismo estivo e per il suo carnevale, complesso parrocchiale esposto nella nostra mostra allestita.
I would like now to focus, to have some reflections on this second aspect, so the social cultural aspect that my parish started with the construction of the new complex in the Varignano neighborhood. Varignano is peripheral neighborhood in the south side of Viareggio. Viareggio, you may know, is a city on the seaside of the region Tuscany, and it's known as the Tyrrhenian Pearl, and it's famous for its tourism, seasonal tourism, especially in summer, and its carnival. And you can see the church already in the exhibition next to it. So it's the seventh, no, yeah, is it the seventh panel from there? Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Ecco, quando la mia comunità ha iniziato il cammino verso il nuovo complesso parrocchiale, ha sintetizzato le richieste ai progettisti che hanno partecipato al concorso in 4 parole: memoria, sobrietà, futuro, bellezza.
So when my community started this path towards a new parish complex, my community synthesized their request to the architects, summarizing in 4 keywords: memory, sobriety, future, and beauty.
Memoria. Il Varignano, che significa piccolo porto, è un quartiere che si è sviluppato dagli anni 60 del secolo scorso e continua ancora la sua espansione. Dalle case minime, ossia baracche con precarie fondamenta, si è passati a condomini popolari che accanto agli abitanti di Viareggio hanno accolto una molteplicità di immigrati, prima da diverse regioni del sud d'Italia, oggi da stranieri provenienti dalla Romania, dall'Albania, dal Nord Africa. Un quartiere che in meno di 2 chilometri quadrati contiene più di 10.000 abitanti, un organismo complesso, ma sempre impegnato in un processo di partecipazione democratica per avere riconosciuti i diritti fondamentali: casa, scuola, presidio sanitario, spazi per il tempo libero, eccetera.
Okay, so first keyword is memory. Varignano means small port, small harbor. It's a high densely neighborhood that was developed during the 60s. So during the 60s, we have this massive development of multi-residential blocks, so-called popular residential buildings, and during the time, basically, the community welcomed different migrants, people, at the beginning from different regions of the south of Italy. Then today it's more foreign, non-Italian people coming from Romania, Albania, and North Africa. So it's a neighborhood that in less than 2 square kilometers welcomes 10,000 inhabitants. So it's a really complex organism, which is always involved, engaged in the democratic participation to have recognized their own fundamental rights, meaning house, access to the school, to the health, and then also spaces for the free time to engage these public spaces.
La comunità cristiana si è inserita nel contesto legando strettamente testimonianza di fede e impegno sociale, una presenza che aveva trovato forma anche in luoghi specifici. Un casolare agricolo era diventata la prima cappella e la sede della comunità. Nel 1985 fu inaugurata la cosiddetta Chiesa Verde, un capannone quadrato prefabbricato, decadente all'esterno ma con una sua logica all'interno, collocazione di spazi che favorivano la partecipazione di tutti e immerso nelle dinamiche del quartiere. Un luogo disponibile anche per incontri extrareligiosi, assemblee di quartiere, iniziative scolastiche, eccetera.
So the Christian community is always engaged in the context and in the neighborhood. The first shape of a worship place was the so-called Chiesa Verde, means green church. It was a first chapel built in 1985, and it was basically a prefabricated it's like capannone, it's like industrial complex, yeah. So it was an adaptation of a pre-existing building. And in this building, it was possible also to have extra religious activities. So everybody was involved, not just the Christian community. So it was the place for neighborhood assemblies, school initiatives, and so on.
Tuttavia, a causa del loro deterioramento, è stata decisa la demolizione di quei luoghi. Demolizione però che non poteva far dimenticare la loro memoria, la loro anima, come direbbe lo psicologo Hillman. Anima che abbiamo chiesto ai futuri progettisti di tentare di trasfigurare nella nuova costruzione.
So this prefabricated industrial building was not in good shape, so it was decided to demolish it. But the demolition doesn't mean that we have to forget the history of the place, and hence the community asked to transmit, to transfer, let's say, the soul, as the psychologist Hillman would say, the soul of the place from the demolition to a new building. And this is what they asked to the architects.
Sobrietà. Il Varignano è un quartiere povero, costituito in maggioranza da operai, lavoratori stagionali e saltuari, badanti, pensionati, con la presenza di un gran numero di millennials che in parte considerevole non studia e non lavora. La stessa comunità cristiana è quantitativamente molto piccola e povera di mezzi, desiderosa tuttavia di annunciare e vivere con concretezza e sobrietà il Vangelo della speranza, condividendo il gusto spirituale di essere popolo, come invita a fare Papa Francesco. Lo stile della nuova comunità, della nuova Chiesa, deve valorizzare questa dimensione umana ed evangelica, una costruzione sobria, accogliente verso tutti, dove ognuno possa sentirsi a casa e valorizzato nella propria dignità e condizione.
So coming back to the keywords, the second keyword was sobriety. As you may understood, the Varignano is a poor neighborhood, a poor area, and where basically workers or seasonal workers live, also retired people, people who went retired. And then there is also a huge number of millennials, so between their 30s and their 40s, who don't work and don't study due to the economical crisis that is in Italy. And the Christian community, it's if we consider the total number of people, it's small and doesn't have many means. But this community wants to live in the sobriety that is also part of the Christian principles, and wants to be as Francis, the Pope Francis invites, wants to share the spiritual willing to be a community. And so the style of the new church had to valorize this human and evangelic aspects. So a sober construction, but that is welcoming for everybody, where everybody can feel at home and feel welcome in their own diversity and dignity.
Futuro. Comprendere l'animo profondo di un quartiere o di una città non è cosa agevole. Alla città visibile fa sempre contrappunto la città invisibile. Quartieri e città sono organismi complessi che spesso si organizzano in modo altro rispetto alla funzionalità di chi li ha costruiti o di chi li amministra. Complessità acuita oggi più che mai dalle nuove generazioni, come pure dagli scontri tra culture diverse.
So the third keyword is future. So it's not easy to understand the soul of a community and then transfer it into the city, into a physical space. So we always have two dimensions. One is the visible city, and the other is opposite, the invisible city, as Italian writer Italo Calvino says. And neighborhoods and cities are complex organisms that usually organize themselves in another way that is not the same way that architects or urban planners have thought. And this complexity, especially for the new generation, is coming also by intersections of, meeting and fighting again, not fighting, but confrontation, between different cultures.
Il nuovo complesso parrocchiale dovrebbe tentare di essere, per quanto possibile, un luogo aperto alle nuove generazioni e alle loro parole originali, un luogo accogliente anche per coloro che oggi non vogliono esprimere la loro parola, ma che si spera la diranno in futuro, una costruzione disposta a non trascurare la invisibilità del quartiere, disposta a lasciarsi interrogare anche dal non detto trattenuto dal futuro.
So the new complex, the new church complex, wants to be an open, is willing to be an open space for the new generations and a welcoming space also for those who don't want to express themselves, but hopefully will doing that in the future. So the building wants to be a place where also the invisibility comes up.
Bellezza. La comunità cristiana del Varignano è dedicata alla resurrezione di nostro Signore. Come comunità della resurrezione vorrebbe offrire al quartiere un pizzico della gloria di Cristo risorto, gloria che nella Bibbia è riconosciuta come bellezza, tratto essenziale dell'esperienza cristiana non debitamente sottolineato.
So the fourth and last keyword is beauty. So the Christian community of the Varignano is dedicated to the resurrection of our Lord. So this is the entire name of the church. And as a community of the resurrection, then this community would like to offer to the neighborhood as a little bit of glory of the Christ, the resurrected Christ, and also glory that in the Bible is also recognized as beauty. So we never think about glory in a Christian way as beauty, but actually in the Bible it's remarked like this.
La bellezza è sempre paradossale, in particolare nella visione cristiana. La bellezza è anzitutto attrazione. Quando siamo avvolti dallo stupore della bellezza, un pezzo dell'altro entra a far parte della nostra identità. L'attrazione ci svela che la nostra identità profonda non è chiusa nel nostro ego, ma è una identità aperta. Ciascuno è un ego più l'altro. L'altro è il mio socio essenziale.
So beauty is always paradoxal, especially in the Christian vision, because beauty is, first of all, attraction. And when we are astonished by the wonder of the beauty, a part of the other becomes a part of our own identity. So identity is not something that is closed, that is static, but it's more open. And the identity is an open thing. And that's why every person is themselves plus the other. So it's an open process. Yeah.
Ma perché l'attrazione rimanga un'apertura è necessario diminuire. La diminuzione provocata dalla bellezza non è un cammino disumanizzante, ma apertura a ciò che è diverso da me, a ciò che accade fuori di me. È la trafittura della bellezza che mi disloca e abbattendo le sicurezze del mio ego mi getta nella relazione.
Wow. Good luck to me. Okay, so but in order for the attraction to be an opening to the outside world, it's also necessary to have less. You know, less is more. Like yeah, it could be the same concept. So the path to the beauty, it's opening to what is different than me, to what is outside of myself. And opening to the others, it's what makes up my own securities, my own convictions fall down. And once my convictions don't exist anymore, then I'm ready for this relationship with the others. More or less.
Non è ancora finito.
No, last page.
Allora,
Last page,
attrazione, diminuzione, attratti e diminuiti siamo nella condizione di danzare con l'altro, persona, opera artistica, natura, eccetera. La danza con la realtà permette uno scambio tra la mia povertà e la ricchezza dell'altro, tra la mia ricchezza e la povertà dell'altro.
Maybe you can finish. Okay. So we spoke about attraction and diminution, and with these two conditions, then we are able to dance with the other. So having a moving relationship with the other, meaning the other could be a person, an artistic work, nature, everything basically, and the dance with the reality, with beauty, allows an exchange between my poverty and the richness of the other, or my richness and the poverty of the other.
Memoria, sobrietà, futuro, bellezza le abbiamo intraviste nel progetto proposto dagli architetti TAM Associati di Venezia, progetto scelto sia dalla giuria popolare che da quella tecnico-istituzionale. Le risposte alle richieste hanno preso ancora più forma e concretezza nella sinergia che si è venuta a creare tra comunità, committenza, progettisti, impresa costruttrice e istituzioni pubbliche.
So the four pillars of this project, the four keywords that we said, memory, sobriety, future, and beauty, we saw them in the proposal, in the architectural proposal by TAM Associati architects who are seated next to us. Hello. And so it's an architectural practice that is based in Venice, and the project, which you will see also later in the exhibition, was chosen by the popular jury, but also the institutional technical jury. And so they answered to the requests of the community. There was really a synergy between community, the client of the project, which is the parish itself, and then the construction workers and also the public institutions that were involved in the process. Okay.
Un tale approccio partecipativo ha favorito il raggiungimento di alcuni risultati che impattano sullo stesso processo della sicurezza.
So this participative approach helped us reach results that also affect in a positive way the sense of security.
Un primo risultato è stato la valorizzazione della memoria del quartiere e della comunità parrocchiale, La nuova costruzione è riuscita a far superare il lutto della demolizione dei vecchi edifici. La gente ha ritrovato nel nuovo le vestigia della sua antica anima e di conseguenza la possibilità di poterla riconsegnare rinnovata alle nuove generazioni in un contesto sociale, antropologico e interreligioso in deciso cambiamento.
So the first result was the valorization of the memory of the neighborhood itself and of the community. And the new construction helped the community to, how to say that? Yes, to reconstruct, to have a new memory of the place, despite the mourning that the community was having for the demolition of the previous building. And so the people, the inhabitants of the neighborhood found a new place for the ancient soul of the place, and then it was possible to give back to the community this new place for new generations in a social, anthropological, and faith religious context.
Quasi finito, eh?
Okay, so that one is the last. Next one is this? No.
Un secondo risultato è stata la valorizzazione dell'amicizia come base per la sicurezza. È questa una lezione che viene da lontano e alla quale facciamo poca attenzione. Già Aristotele considerava l'amicizia, non la giustizia, il bene più grande della città. Certo, la giustizia è necessaria per rendere più sicura la convivenza, ma la semplice giustizia rende la vita di un quartiere più rigida. Le città oggi hanno bisogno soprattutto di amicizia, di convivialità, di dialogo.
So the second result was the valorization of friendship as a basic point, as a pillar for security. This is a lesson that comes from far in history. Is not, in fact, Aristotle considered friendship and not justice the most precious thing in the city. In fact, justice is necessary to make a place safe to live, but justice only can make life of a neighborhood a little bit more rigid, a little more difficult. Hence, the city needs most of all friendship, share of experience and dialogue.
La chiesa nel giardino, come pensata dai nostri progettisti, ha immerso la nuova costruzione nel cuore del quartiere come un luogo in cui è possibile sperimentare una sicurezza vissuta in spazi sia interni che esterni, capaci di favorire condizioni culturali, educative e religiose.
So this church, this project, the so-called the church in the garden, was thought by our architects as a new construction in the heart of the neighborhood, and as a place where it was possible to be safe, to feel safe, both internally and in internal and external places, where it was possible also to have cultural, educative, religious coalitions.
Un terzo risultato è la valorizzazione della bellezza. Jung afferma che nella nostra psiche non regna un io solitario, ma un piccolo popolo, che può esprimersi come un condominio litigioso oppure come un'arca solidale. Che cosa intendo dire? Entrando in molte chiese di recente costruzione, la prima sensazione è di dispersione, di frantumazione. Al contrario, la nostra chiesa è una soglia verso l'interiorità. Appena entri, sei avvolto da una luminosità che ti raccoglie.
So the third result achieved was the valorization of beauty. As Jung says, in our psyches, there's not one person, solitary self, but there is a small community, And this small community inside of us could be sometimes a fighting condominium of people, or sometimes a solidarity community. What I mean is that when sometimes you enter in new built, recent built churches, you always feel lost. You always, you might feel lost. You might feel this sense of dispersion. But on the opposite, our church wants to be a path through interiority. And it's light also that plays this role by embracing the visitors to the space. Yeah.
E insieme alla luce sono i colori che introducono nella propria interiorità l'oro del legno, il bianco del soffitto, il blu del cielo dell'abside, che a molti ricorda il mare.
So besides lights, also colors play a fundamental role in this interiority. So we have the golden wood, the white ceilings, the blue of the sky that comes from the main altar area, and sometimes to someone this reminds also of the sea, of the geographical context.
È una chiesa, insomma, bella, che si offre come soglia verso un'interiorità pacificata, aperta alla trascendenza e disposta ad abitare con più coraggio le relazioni nella complessità del quotidiano. Poi si chiude con questo.
Okay, so it's at the end, it's a beautiful church, and it wants to offer a place, through the sky and through the also the interiority, some peaceful interiority. And it's open to those who wants to live with more courage the relationship with the complexity of everyday life.
Voglio concludere con un interrogativo. Non credete che proporre un approccio partecipativo nello sviluppo di progetti per i luoghi di culto e non solo possa favorire la conoscenza reciproca e la sicurezza, facilitando il rispetto tra comunità nel contesto europeo?
I want to wrap up with a question for you. So, isn't a participatory approach essential to the development of architectural and worship places, but that could help also the, favorize, they could also favorize the respect between the community and the European context.
Thank you. Grazie.
So I hand over the floor to Carlos Castaneda to speak about the Portuguese people.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. Honestly, it's a bit surprising for me to be here because my project has nothing to do with safety. We are in Portugal. We are in this corner of Europe that safety is still not a big issue. So I'm going to show you the safety of the people that visit the Cathedral of Porto. So this is Porto, and the other side of the river Douro is the city of Gaia. We have these big buildings in the top of the hill. It was a middle-age city that in the 40s we had a department of the government that wanted to make better the monuments. And so they demolished the houses around the church because it was a middle-age structure. And also was made this big bishop's palace by a famous, important architect, Italian architect, Nazzoni, that made many things in Portugal. He came to Portugal finding work, and he made many, many buildings, many churches, many palaces, and he died in poverty. I think that is the future of the architects in Europe. Yeah, so the cathedral is middle-aged and very, very strong. So I can show you that the square was not existing. It was a forced made in the 40s. And also they made quite very, very, very bad things. They changed a lot to the churches. So it's a beautiful structure with, of course, with a lot of edits and new constructions through the years. And I was invited to look to the part in yellow and red to give some space for the workers of the church, because there's we always usually like we see the front window, but behind there's a lot of people working in the church, in the temples, and that people need also comfort and safety. And so it was necessary to have space for the workers, but also for the cabildo da sé, that is the group of priests that take care, it's kind of independent from the bishop, also depending of the bishop, that take care of the church. The church, the building, it's a state building. Almost all, in Portugal, almost all the good and the famous buildings are from the state. It's a very long story, but it's used by the priests. And of course, even the bishop's palace is also from the government, although it's the palace of the bishop. So, and when I arrived to this, I couldn't believe, because I knew the cathedral, and there was a kind of back part of the cathedral in a very bad conditions, also made in the 40s with no quality, and of course almost abandoned. And so they asked me to think about it and to give some space for, so that the people, that the visitors don't see. Still today, the people don't see it. And so the one thing that is almost quite difficult and very hard and impossible is to use the word demolishing, because we think that what exists is good, and it's not true. There's a lot of things that should be demolished, although they are old or they have some years. So I propose a new building, and because I didn't want to be one of the architects that we're going to build for many centuries, I proposed a very light construction using the good walls. And so we are in the back of the church. There's an old cloister, and there's a Gothic cloister. And so I'm through the existing and visitors parcours that you can visit. There is a backstage, let's say, where you have different kinds of spaces, just functional spaces, not. And so I decided, and it was approved, to make a light steel and wood construction. And so that somebody could, tomorrow, after tomorrow, again, demolish it, dismounting it, and to do another volume, maybe another activity. So we are in Porto, everything is granite, and I proposed, let's say, a wooden cladding building that it is easily to understand that is not from the 18th century or from the 11th century, but is from the 20th century and 21st century. So, of course, as an architect, we try to check what we are proposing using the models, even to explain to the clients. And so we started that difficult thing that is to demolish. And of course, we are working on an area that is, I say that was Middle Age, but it's much before Middle Age. And so we immediately found skeletons. And by placing this building only using 2 foundations, we only took 7 skeletons. But after, by doing the sewage of these things, we took 92 skeletons. So that is typical from these places. And so by using those 2 foundations, it was possible to build a building, not a very big building, with this metal structure, respecting the existing, because the parts of the building are very, very good and very, very important. And so in a very fast way, but also in a very fast way, it could be also demolished or dismounted. we made with metal and wood a simple construction that very fast in a difficult situation, because everything needs to go over the cathedral, like flying all these pieces. We made this wooden volume that nobody can see. I mean, nobody for the visits. Nowadays, they open the old cloister and people can see this image, where they have a meeting room for the cabildo, these 18 priests that rules the cathedral, and also the different kinds. These are the windows of the laundry and the flower people that take care of, because there's people behind the church, like I said. So there's a fantastic area to make the laundry of everything that has to do with the cathedral, with the mass and all this. The relation between the existing building and the part of the church of the cathedral. And so the existing buildings with a wooden floor, here is going to be in the future more exhibition spaces. And you can see on the left part the laundry and a special stair that is kind of private stair for the organist. So the organist needs to be up and down very fast. So, and we made, without making many changes, we made this very small stair, that he can move from up and down during the mass. Another images of this laundry, where now everything functions with a lot of storage. There's a lot to done, like a theater. In a way, there's a kind of relation between the theater and what's happening in a church, and also the services. So where people come to talk with the priest of the cathedral, for marriages, for even for other things, and also a meeting room inside this building. So where they can, with of course using this fantastic view through the old city and the river Douro. So, but of course, there's more, and so there's different phases. We also got some help from the European Committee to make these works. We needed to give safety to the visits. There was a lot of complaints because Porto became one of, for many years, already 3 or 4 years, the best tourist destination in Europe. So there's a lot of visits. Of course, there's a lot of visitors in the cathedral. It's the second more visited building in the city. And there were a lot of complaints because it's an old building. There's no safety inside in point of view of accessibility, but also by other things. So, and it was necessary to give better accommodations to the visitors, but also, of course, to the people that use the church as a church. Unfortunately, today, during the week, there's almost nobody there in church. The mass is usually from 6 to 10 people, but during the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, there's a full house, and so it's necessary. We had this very old wooden floor with very bad conditions. It was necessary, and so the light was in a very bad condition. The electricity was without safety at all, and so it was necessary to give a new life for the future, so that not only the people are safe, but also the building is safe. And so this is a famous stair of Razzoni. He made this is a very beautiful stair, but of course the conditions were not so good. It was necessary to make intervention, but also to give some light, because the natural light was not enough. So we designed the new wooden floor so that it could be more easily open and to have access, because under this wooden floor we provide a lot of cabling for light, electricity, sound, security also, but not security like today we heard. And so we moved, and for our surprise, there were no registers. There was a beautiful stone floor, but people don't like to be so long time in the, because it's a cold city and it's a granite city, to be 1 hour, 2 hours in a mess and to have this stone floor. So it became common to have a wooden floor. And so we use this new floor to pass all the cabling, all the light. That is very difficult to give a light to such a building, because the idea is to keep it like it is, to have the minimum intervention, so that the light, that you almost don't see the light. And so we prevent the thing with let's say for the future. So that tomorrow, because today we have our cables, we know about fiber and all that, but we don't know about tomorrow. So tomorrow will be a new thing. So we need to be prepared for that. And so we made also different stairs, because the existing ones were very difficult to use, not only for old people, but also for young people, even for people with children. But we wanted to keep it the existing one. So to add something and to show what we are doing is an addition. So not to change, even because it's a monument, and it's also because it's protected. So we made these metal stairs. And so everybody can see that the existing ones is under, and so that we are doing a new thing so that people can visit. For example, on the left part, people can visit that chapel, but without going inside, just to visit, and so that people don't touch, because there are always people touching, and there's always people that think that is better than touching, is better to see than with the eyes. And so we also try to have a function for different places, but also very good. And we study these metal piles where we can have put the light, the sound, the cameras, and all the same are the same depending of the size. And you almost don't see them. Also in the Gothic cluster, we designed very little things where we can put electricity, because the idea was, of course, to have different kind of activities, because it's not only the mass, not only the faith, it's also the culture, it's also the exhibitions that happen, so that puts the community together, that invites people to come inside this building. So we have these simple piles, the metal piles, where you can hang the lamps, or the little ones that gives you enough light to see around, but has the electricity, there's the internet and the connections enough to give. And of course, we are architects, we must have doubts. We made some modelings with wood in this case, to see if what we are designing, it could be enough. And then we have this very simple line, and that gives the light enough so that this beautiful, this is the stair up to the South Tower, so that the visitors like to climb, although it is very difficult. And we gave safety, because the steps are very high. It's very interesting to go up, very tiring, but like this, people are almost safe. And we can go up, and so to go around and to visit, because we have 360 degrees view on this old city and around in safety. That tower there is one of the famous churches in Porto, also by Nazoni. It's Clerics Tower. It's higher than this one, because it's big fight between the orders. So each one wanted to have a highest tower. We have many towers like that. And also we have many complaints, and the cloister had a very beautiful, very minimalist protection, and we had a new one, also tried to be very minimalist, so that people can walk around, especially children, and without having any problem. And we have this first image of the interior. The altar is renovated, not long time ago, 3 or 4 months ago, is finishing. And we have the ramp. That was always a big problem for the wooden floor, complaining about the people falling. And so the stairs that I explained before, and people can go in and out easily, and it seems that everything it's always been like that. That is one thing that is very important for me, that architecture doesn't show too much. It's very important. This is the one that is the João Gordo, so it's John the Fifth. This is the tomb, so you can go and visit, but not going inside completely. And see the light of the beautiful stair of Nazoni that goes up, and only with these simple piles we have enough light and safety. So, but this is already 18 years that I'm inside the cathedral. The work goes on. We are working now on the light of the altar. There's, of course, the works not only of the architecture but also the paintings that are renovated. And I'm doing this together with architect Álvaro Siza. We are studying to move the altar, so that beautiful Gothic altar, but moving to the nearby the faith people. So because that is one of the things that should be done long time ago, and there are a lot of movements against it. Although that's in the 50s already decided that the priest should come closer to not only turn to the assembly, but also to come too close to the people, to be closer to the people. That's very important. The 18 priests that make the Cabildo, they're not, they don't have the same opinion, but these are of course only mock-ups of what it could be, the volumes more or less. And so it's going to be a long discussion, and I believe that in a few time we could have a beautiful 21st century altar in this very old cathedral. And of course, one other complaint that we have this big building and no toilets, no help for the people. And so I was invited to design a very small building that has some toilets and a very little shop. And so this is not yet built. It's also because it's a monument and because we have a very, I believe, old-fashioned monument council. It's a big discussion, but again, the idea is to make something that tomorrow, after tomorrow, can be removed, can be, and so it is to be continued. And so it's going to be on and on. I don't know if I'm going to stay there because it's already 18 years, and after so many years, it's a bit tiring, but that's an experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now hand the floor over to Jason. That's from the InterSA and the Commission Manager of the Institute. Our third partner in the SOAR project. I have to go closer to the microphone. So our third partner in the SOAR project to speak a little bit about a study they have done and their results.
Yep. Right, good morning. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule and you're all pretty anxious for the coffee, so I promise to try and keep it short, don't worry. So yeah, my name is Jason Yabal. I am, as Veronica mentioned, I'm one one of the coordinators of the SOAR project and with the Network for Religious and Traditional Peacemakers, and we're one of the implementing partners of SOAR. So one of the tasks that we had within the SOAR project was to conduct research on what are the security concerns of the religious communities. Obviously, we're operating in 7 countries, so in order for SOAR to be effective in the work that we do, we need to have a better understanding of what the reality on the ground is. So the report I'm going to be mentioning here is available or for download on the SOAR website. So if you go to the resources tab, you find it under there. So I'm just going to give you some of the brief findings that we had with the report itself. So now the report had 3 main objectives. One was obviously to give us a baseline data to try and identify some of the key issues and possible gaps concerning the protection of religious sites. Now, obviously, we wanted evidence-based to support the advocacy work that we do when it comes to obviously religious communities and policymakers. And we also wanted to identify obviously some of the security challenges faced by the religious communities themselves. And so the overview of the report. Now, obviously, we conducted this in all 7 countries that the SOAR is operating in. The survey itself, obviously, we wanted to engage with people on the ground. Obviously, if you're trying to be as inclusive and sustainable in kind of coming up with effective security solutions, you need to be talking to the people that this actually affects. So that's what we try to do. In the report, we briefly talk about some of the key concepts, so defining things like hate crimes and hate speech and soft targets. So obviously, if the reader has absolutely no experience with working with issues of security, this report will give you a very brief overview of that. And then we also touch upon a bit of the security threats within Europe and specifically the countries we operate in, and then some of the adopted policies are regarding security. Now, the way the report is set up for each of the 7 countries, we have kind of the same layout. So again, this is to give the reader who has absolutely no information or no experience with security issues of the countries we're speaking about, it gives them a good snapshot of what the reality on the ground is. So the way it's set up, it gives you brief data on the religious demographics of that country, some of the religious institutions and state legislation that exist at that time, giving a brief overview of the threat picture that the religious communities face. So the data was collected or used was including the OSCE and the GDT, which is the Global Terrorism Database, where we got some of our information. Then we also touch upon some of the adopted policies within each country, and then obviously there's a summary of research results. Now, some of the research questions that obviously the report tried to address was, what are some of the gaps that the religious communities feel are at the moment? How is it that they prepare for these security incidents, if at all? What are some of the main challenges that they also kind of foresee might be coming further down the line? And how they see the role of local municipalities and stakeholders in engaging with topic of security, but also trying to see if we could find any differences between the different countries themselves that we were working in. Now, before I go into the results part briefly, I'll just talk very briefly about some of the challenges. Obviously, this was a very ambitious undertaking because we started the research report immediately when we started the SOAR project. So this is in April of 2021. And we had given ourselves around 6 months to conduct this. Now, operating in 7 countries, our goal was never to have like a complete study of the security threat per country. Obviously, that's not really doable given the time frame that we had. So like I said, what we will try to do is just make sure we have some information on all the countries we're going to be working in. Again, the time limit, initially this was scheduled to take place within the first 6 months of the project. COVID-19 obviously was a major complicating factor in the way we conducted our research, because initially with travel restrictions, we couldn't really go to the countries to talk to some of the religious communities we wanted to. So that made data collection a little bit tricky. And obviously with the SOAR projects at that point just starting out, many of the communities we were reaching out to didn't know who we were, didn't know the project, didn't know the implementing partners. So when you start talking to them, hey, can we talk about your security? obviously that's a very tricky, sensitive topic. So there's definitely lots of kind of like trust building, relationship building that needed to take place, and still goes on till this day in the project to be able to ensure that we can work effectively with the communities we're engaging with. And data collection, and again, this was one of the major challenges because I think we estimated around 200,000 places of worship within the 7 countries we're working in. So this report was never going to be a comprehensive look at the situation in all 7 countries. It was never meant to be. Like I said, we just wanted to get a brief overview of what's happening. So what I'm going to touch upon now briefly is just some of the key findings that we have. And again, please read the report, then you get a lot more detail. But what we're finding is targets of hate speech, and this holds true for basically all 7 countries, is like usually the most visible element of a faith community. So whether that's the house of worship, community center, educational premises, are the ones that get targeted kind of the most. And obviously this kind of makes sense because there's the more visible location is or a site is, usually the more symbolic it is. So obviously because many of the attacks, the attackers are trying to make a statement. It's not just that they're trying to destroy the building or hurt the people in the building, it's also a statement or message they're trying to send. So the more highly symbolic the venue you attack is, the higher the impact that you may get from that attack. Now, when it comes to some of the people who have been attacked, obviously those individuals that are most distinguishable as a member of faith, for example, if it's due to like gender dress practices, tend to receive more hate crimes and attacks against them than other members who might not be so easily identifiable as members of that faith. Now, when it comes to the offenders, now obviously I guess you can call 2 main groups. You have those radicalized individuals who are holding like highly bigoted views and go out of their way to carry out these attacks. But what we also find, like hate crimes can also be carried out by ordinary citizens. So people who might not necessarily aim to be carrying out a hate crime, but just because of biased motivations, it ends up being a hate crime. And so one of the things when it comes to more serious offenders is we realize that lots of the national strategies of preventing and countering violent extremism have been traditionally associated with tackling individuals or groups that follow a specific extremist ideology. But what we're finding nowadays is there's kind of like a increasing number of perpetrators of hate crimes are characterized as having mixed or unclear ideologies. So it's not very clear that you say, oh, this person is attacking this site because they believe in this thing. No, there's kind of like a mix going on there. And for example, it could be like a merging of elements from extreme right-wing content and misogynic subcultures, for example. And so many of these subcultures today are located in not one place in particular, many of them are located online. So that's why trying to predict accurately where or when or against whom the next attack might happen is virtually impossible. There's been a lot of studies done into people who carry out attacks, hate crimes and like terrorist attacks, and there is no one indicator that you could say this person is going to be an attacker. Because even though many times people might say, and the online world is kind of like a funny place, because even though you have many people who might say, oh, I hate group X, I'm going to carry out these attacks, that doesn't necessarily mean they will do so. But you can also have people who won't say anything online or anywhere else, but still carry out an attack. So that's why if you're thinking about law enforcement and how to try and address these things or try and predict these things, it's virtually impossible because there's no one single path. Every individual who carries out an attack, different motives, there's so many factors that go into that, it's almost impossible to predict ahead of time. So that's why one of the key things is how can you get the religious communities prepared or be proactive about the security rather than wait for something to happen and then responding to that. So some of the other research findings that we found, hate crime data is collected very unsystematically across all 7 countries. So trying to make a direct comparison between Belgium and France and Denmark, for example, is almost impossible because the way things are kind of like collected, they don't necessarily match. So something that might get in one country categorized as a hate crime might be categorized in another country as a terrorist attack and another country as something totally different. So if you're trying to look at across the board, it makes that a little bit difficult. There's a massive issue in all countries with underreporting. So every country basically know that whatever official reports they have on or hate crimes, for example, isn't accurate because people just don't record or report when something happens. And again, there's a variety of reasons for that. So I already touched upon this. So categories are not uniform in different countries, so you can't necessarily make a direct comparison. We also found that there can be discrepancies between the official hate crime data and victim reports. So what that means is, so even though a victim has been attacked or been a victim of a hate crime, they go to local law enforcement and report this. The way it gets collected might still differ from what the victim themselves perceive. So even though the victim, so if I'm the victim and I say, I've been a victim of a hate crime, the officer who's taking my report might not necessarily put it down as a hate crime. So that's why there's also a discrepancy in some data sets there. And again, there are tens of thousands of religious sites in all target countries. So getting kind of like a comprehensive set of data from all 7 countries is extremely difficult. That would take a lot larger research element than the one we had available within this project. And again, hate crimes usually aim at kind of like maximum visibility. And again, there's no universal parameters to predict these attacks. So now one of the things that we're also finding more and more nowadays is normalization of hate and hateful rhetoric becoming just more and more normalized across the EU and I think the world as well. So, and obviously part of this is populist politicians, hateful narratives are just becoming the norm. And with technology nowadays, anybody who has access to the internet on some kind of a social media account, you can easily find an audience for whatever hateful messages you may have. It's very easy to put it out there. And because of technology, it's very easy to find people who like listen to whatever your message is. So it's all about this echo chamber, because we know that if you feel a certain way about certain topics, you're going to seek out people who think the same way as you do. So obviously that just kind of like combines the effect there. And one of the consequences about the normalization of hate nowadays is we're seeing many religious communities are actually not registering their place of worship as an official place of worship, because that might lead to kind of like negative attention that they're trying to avoid. And I'll give you an example of this. So one of the things that we also do with the network within the SOAR project is do security trainings. So I was supposed to do a security training at a small mosque. I'd never been there before. So when obviously my contact person gave me the address for the site, so when I went there, it was in a residential area, but I initially didn't find it because I was walking up and down the street and there was zero signage anywhere of anything relating to like a mosque, and no buildings looked anything remotely like any kind of place of worship. Everything was just like very residential. So when I knocked on the door of the address that was given to me, there was a lady who was very surprised on me asking like, is there a mosque here? So she was like, she had no idea what I was talking about. So I was asking her, so do you know of a mosque somewhere along the street? Because that was the street I was given. She had no idea. But when I finally got hold of my contact person, and then they came to pick me up, the mosque was actually 30 meters from the door of the woman I knocked on. But again, because there was zero signage, there was absolutely no way you could know that there's a place of worship there, which made sense because again, this was one of those religious communities that were trying to avoid the negative attention to themselves. And so one of the things about when I was mentioning earlier that the lack of reporting of hate crimes, there are a couple of reasons for that, or several reasons for that. These are just two here. The internal barriers. So victims have internalized the idea that hate is so deeply normalized within society that it doesn't really make sense to report. Now, which is a very sad reality that we live in, but that is the reality. And another one is the external barriers. So even though you do report a hate crime to the officials, a lot of people think, well, it's not actually going to lead to anything, so why bother? So this is part of the reason why when we're looking at attacks against places of worship, we actually don't know the true numbers because a lot of them just never get reported. So some of the other security challenges, obviously there's vast differences between the different faith groups in their responses to security challenges. One thing we have learned within the SOAR project is the level of preparedness within some faith groups and even within the same country and the same city can be extremely different. So you might have specific place of worship who have thought about security for years, have done all the prep work and are actively thinking about security and how to make the community safer. Whereas on the other hand, you might have some people who, because they may have never had security incidents, never thought about security, don't think is a problem, and don't actually want to think about it. It's just easier to leave it to somebody else to handle. And again, level of awareness varies drastically it could be within the same city itself. So obviously security awareness is linked to the faith group's level of organization, both nationally and internationally, and things like availability of financial resources, eligibility for state funding and other access to resources are some of the aspects that greatly affect how a place of worship may or may not be planning for security incidents. And so just briefly then, some of the policy recommendations that the report highlighted. So the top one here was like for the European Union to elaborate with the best practice guide. So this is in addition to obviously the quick guide that the EU has already put out. But the idea behind this is if you have like an example or several examples of how places of worship, both big and small, have the concrete things that they have done, it makes it easier. So if the next place of worship is thinking about, okay, we need to do something, there's a set of examples already given, so you can either adopt that directly or then modify that to fit your needs and your resources. So it's just about making it as simple as possible for places of worship to address security needs. And then some of the other recommendations we have, obviously to implement a holistic strategy when it comes to implement a holistic strategy to fight all forms of violence against religious sites. And this strategy should involve state, regional, and local actors, obviously including the religious and civil society organizations. It's key to identify focal points in each country. Now, some countries may already have these focal points existing, but what I think one of the things that needs to be done is improving the level of awareness of what these focal points are, and if they're not in a very strong position, strengthen those further. Because there's no point if you have a security focal point, like a state security focal point, for example, if the religious communities don't know who that person is, or they don't know the department they should be talking to if they want to talk about these things. One of the big things we've come across with the project is always the talk about cooperation between the state, local governments, inter and interfaith, absolutely key. One of the things to elaborate to strengthen the safety protocols of religious sites, as Shaukat mentioned earlier, some of the sites that have been visited during the SOAR project, like security has never been an issue for them, so they have zero planning in place. Now, which kind of makes sense if you have never had a problem with something. You might not have necessarily thought about it, so you haven't done anything about it. But what we're finding is even if a religious group or site has never had any security problems, we want them to be as proactive as possible. Because in some of the dialogues we've been having, I think somebody said it like really perfectly, is like you don't want to start thinking about security when the bullets start flying. That's already too late. So it's all about being proactive. And then one of the recommendations also is to ensure the security trainings available to all relevant actors. And the last one, to collect and maintain reliable data on attacks. Because again, if you can't measure a problem, you can't effectively manage it. So we need more data. And that is, again, coming back to collaboration between both state actors, but local religious communities as well. They need to be willing to provide the data on incidents, but it also needs to be made easy for them to do so in a way that they feel comfortable and doesn't actually, lead to any more additional trauma or reliving of the experiences that they've gone through. And that is it. Thank you very much. If there are any questions about any of the research, we're also going to be here for the whole day, so please feel free to come up and ask any questions. I'll do my best to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. So we now break for coffee, and we are like a bit late. Yeah, but we still have a 10-minute coffee break. So it's just outside here, everything that you need. And then I see you back in 10 minutes at 11:50, yes? Thank you. I'm just like watching the last people to come in. Okay, so welcome back from the coffee break, and I give the floor directly to Tamara Munoz and Valerio Liberatori from the European Commission for your words. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot for the invitation today. As your colleague said, my name is Tamara Munoz, and I'm here on behalf of my colleague Aurelia Contu, who's the face that you all know, the project officer from the EU side. Well, I must remind you that SOAR is a part of a wider group of Protect projects, which I know you have strong ties with, strong collaboration with your sister projects of the Protect call of 2020, which I'm the call coordinator for. So maybe first a few words about my role in my unit, which is E4. There we deal with union actions, which are transnational projects of special EU added value. And SOAR is a great example of a transnational action, not only because of a very transnational consortium, but also because of the wide and diverse network of faith representatives, which is something really positive about the project. And as I was saying, SOAR belongs to this Protect call, which was launched in 2020 and is composed of other 5 sister projects in the area of protection of places of worship, along with others dedicated to the strengthening the protection of public spaces in general. We have many on dealing with CBRN, explosives, drones, and also some on detection dogs. We launched recently, last year, another Protect call, which is, well, just reflecting the Commission efforts in continuing to increase the protection of public spaces. And so, yes, you will keep hearing from us. So about SOAR, I want to highlight the very active agenda they've had. On a monthly basis, you've had either a workshop, trainings, dialogues. It's been really, really impressive how much you've done in so little time. And again, I want to underline the strong cooperation established with the sister projects. I must admit also that the support provided by SOAR is remarkable, because as I was discussing before with during the coffee break, all the projects had bigger struggles in reaching out to certain religious communities. So the support and input provided there by SOAR is, yes, it's really remarkable. And well, so I wanted to also highlight that I'm very much looking forward to trying out the app that you're developing. And yeah, on my side, just to wish you a good continuation of your work, and congratulate you on everything that you have achieved so far. And now I'm going to give the floor to my colleague Valerio, because this was my intervention from the operational side, which is what we deal with in E4. And now from the policy side, you'll have him giving you some important input on the security design guidebook, I believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tamara. First, a couple of words also from my side in terms of introduction. My name is Valerio Liberatori, working in D2 counterterrorism unit. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for allowing me to be here, addressing you a couple of words. Pretty important for us, your deliverables, your outcomes. Why? Because at policy level, we need feedbacks from the field. We need to understand if what we are developing at policy level goes in the right direction. This is exactly what I'm trying to do when it comes to my basket of competence, since I'm a POC for the law enforcement networks like Atlas, Airpol, Railpol, Aquapol. So all these networks of law enforcement are providing us with feedbacks in what is real needed. A first reaction, if you don't mind, I had a bilateral chat with Jason, the previous speaker, during the coffee break, and some good news, since you were referring during the presentation on the fact that there is an unpredictability when it comes to possible terrorist attacks. As a matter of fact, among CT assets throughout Europe, I'm thinking about the Bundeskriminalamt in Germany or the ROS of the Carabinieri in Italy, they are in the midst of developing ad hoc algorithms, and apparently they are working. So also the good guys are developing proper reactions. But I don't know if it has been already mentioned this morning during your discussions, the TSAT report, so the Europol report that we are looking into with huge interest, is already highlighting that the threat to the public spaces is still there, worsened by the situation stemming from the Ukrainian war, that we have to keep it in mind. Otherwise, we are losing track with the new realities. We have new threats coming with new technologies like drones, like the possible usage of CBRN material that might be eventually smuggled to our borders. So they are all threats, elements of concern from our side. And I'm not just talking about things that might theoretically happen. Just as a reminder, there has been an attempted attack using a drone here in Belgium to attack a prison. There has been a foiled attack in Spain, planning to use a drone to attack a football game, Barcelona Real. While, since we are talking about enhancing the protection of faith communities, of course, this might affect also the threat to religious site, and we have to keep it in mind. Allow me also to say that when it comes to the policy recommendation, we will take them on board, and we're really interested. The quick guide that you were referring to has been developed right by my colleagues, and to have best practices that can plug in the quick guide is absolutely of interest from our side. On the other hand, I have to say that some concerns are already well clear at our level. For example, when it comes to the different layer of support that member states are giving to the religious communities in protection, is completely different. And during bilaterals, we are already raising this, okay? So when it comes to what we are currently doing to face this, allow me to mention the Security by Design book. Also on this, I had a bilateral with some of you. We were thinking with Tamara to bring you hard copies today. We had some problems with the delivery, so it will be tomorrow. But if you are interested in this, you might have it, the hard copy. This is one of the deliverables foreseen by the CT agenda. So to have a handbook which is embedding architectural elements that has been considered in the rebuilding of public spaces or in the projection of public spaces. I think it's pretty interesting for you. It's not a classified document, it's available, so I will forward that to your secretary. It will be available for you in the upcoming days. When it comes to what we are currently doing, just a heads up, we are developing and possibly finding a link with the subject matter of today's meeting. At Commission level, we developed an instrument which is called PSA, Protected Security Advisory Team. And I know these are a number of colleagues specialized in assessing the security of places of worship, among other public spaces. And they already performed some assessment in some countries. I think this might be also an instrument of some useful. It was mentioned before that there is a difference of awareness when it comes to the possible threat to religious sites. So I think it's also a possibility to resort to these PSA missions shared by the Commission, but made by colleagues who have the expertise, the knowledge, and who made ad hoc training here in DG Home by us. We have a wide array of initiatives which might of absolutely interest for you. You were mentioning before also the need to exchange the best practices. I don't know if you're aware about that, but at EU level, we are organizing the EU Forum, which is another fora foreseen by the 2017 Action Plan for enhancing the protection of public spaces, and also by the CT agenda, which is, we already have a project manager of different projects. And I know that also in your case, you did not participate in the last edition just for, I mean, you participated online, not physically, but it takes place every 6 months. And of course, the invitation is open to you to participate. And I think it's really a good occasion to exchange your findings with other projects, with government actors, with member states. So pretty important to have it in mind. These are let's say the initiatives more related to the core business today. For the other, I can just repeat what Tamara was saying. So full support from our side for what you're doing, and of course I thank you for your efforts that we are absolutely aware of. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. It's so important for us to have the European Commission here with us at the event. And if anybody is looking for the digital version of the JRC publication, then you can also find this on the SOAR website under resources. So moving on, I will give the floor to Juan Miguel Gil to present their architectural project.
Good morning, everyone. Many thanks to SOAR project partners and the Architects Council of Europe for inviting me to present our urban regeneration project here in Brussels. Thank you. Before I start, I must apologize for my English. It's a bit rusty. For these reasons, with your permission, I will read my notes. I'm especially happy because it was here in Belgium that I finished my studies in architecture and engineering at the Faculté Polytechnique de Mons in 2005. This is a younger me, quite long ago, and I have very good memories. And for this reason, returning to Brussels and having the opportunity to show our work in this forum of specialists means closing the circle for me. I am here representing 3 architectural teams that worked on this project. El Fabricante de Esferas, led by the architect Pascual Herrero, Grupo Aranea, led by the Dr. Architect Francisco Leiva, and Serras Arquitectura, which I represent as founding partner. It's me, Juan Miguel Gil, architect and engineer. In addition, I have come because I'm the only member in my firm who has grown next to the square, so my attachment to this urban space is very special. I would also like to thank Ondance Town Council for trusting us, because without their commitment to this project, it would not have been possible. It is important that the promoters hire us, but it's even more important that they trust the technicians. My aim here today is to give you an understanding on how and why this project, which is part of a larger purpose, has been carried out. And to explain this project, it is very important to understand the historical and urban context. In order to do this, we must first give a brief historical review, and then explain that this project is not an isolated action, but is part of a master plan. Which are the basic components to be known from a historical point of view? Well, the city of Honda, which currently has about 28,000 inhabitants, is today an industrial city located in the east of Spain, near the Mediterranean Sea and 60 kilometers north of the city of Valencia. In Honda, we have found evidence of mankind from Neolithic Bronze Age and Celtiberian periods. It was under Greek rule and later became part of the Roman Empire under the name of Sepelacy. The Valle Augusta, the longest Roman road in the Iberian Peninsula, passed near Honda. Although no Roman city has been discovered, there is evidence in the form of landowners' houses and tombstones. Even the bell tower of the main church, next to the synagogue square, is raised on a Roman funerary monument. After the Romans came the Visigoths from the northern Europe. From the 9th century, Honda was occupied by the Muslims, defining the Medina on the Castle Hill. The Muslims walled the city of Honda from the 10th to 13th century, making it an important city in the north of Sharq al-Andalus. The Muslims brought their science and culture to Honda and lived with Christians and Jews for 5 centuries. Both Christians and Jews were allowed to follow their religion in exchange for special tributes. From this point on, there is an historical turning point. In the mid 13th century, Valencia was conquered by the Christian king James I the Conqueror, born in Montpellier and died in Valencia. Here to 2 important lineages, the crown of Aragon and that of the emperors of Byzantium. He was educated by the Templars and they conquered the lands occupied by the Muslims, establishing Christianity in the northwest of the Iberian Peninsula. His conquest encompassed Catalonia, Aragon, Valencia, and Majorca, and his descendants also came to include Sardinia, Naples, Sicily, and Athens in this crown. After the Christian conquest of the city of Valencia, James I arrived in Honda in the mid-13th century, and the Muslims were expelled from the Medina and allowed to live next to the walls, allowing them to enter the castle in the event of a siege. The Muslim quarter has been known ever since as La Moreria. This toponym has survived to this day because the quarter still exists. James I allowed the Muslims to convert to Christianity, and for those who didn't want to adopt Christianity, the same policy of tributes and special social conditions was followed. On the other hand, the Jews of Honda had a different fate because the Jewish community in the Kingdom of Valencia was important and influential. The Jews were the ones who managed trade, finances, were moneylenders, and had prestigious professions. And on many occasions, they financed the war campaigns. King James I, aware of this, and normalized and authorized their religious activities and business. However, the Jewish community in Honda was not one of the most important. It is assumed that they must have been few in number. It is estimated that there were no more than 15 families, but they were protected by the king. This small Jewish community did not want to live next to the Muslims because they considered themselves to be a different social status, as the Muslims work in the agriculture and livestock farming. For these reasons, the Christians let the Jews stay in a privileged area within the walls of Honda, and the eastern end of the old Medina next to one of the main access gates. In this way, they were free to enter and live the walled area. In this small Jewish quarter, the Jama, it is quite possible that there was a ceremonial area, the synagogue. This place name has been handed down orally for 600 years, but its exact position is unknown. The synagogue square is right next to the old Muslim quarter and adjoins the building complex of the main church, which is built on the site of the old mosque. Later, at the end of the 15th century, the Jews were expelled from Valencia. And then, at the beginning of the 17th century, the Muslims were also expelled. How did this project come about? You know that Spain is the first in Europe and the second country in the world with the highest number of properties inscribed on UNESCO Heritage List. The History Center of Honda was declared a site of significant cultural interest in 1967. In Spain, there are more than 30,000 monuments in this category. In 2012, the Honda Town Council called a competition for a master plan for the urban management of the History Center, consisting of more than 500 dwellings, because they were in danger of degradation. The competition was won by the team made up of 3 teams I mentioned at the beginning. This led to the special plan for the protection of the History Center of Honda, which was completed in 2014 after 2 years of extensive work. In this master plan, various parameters were analyzed for each urban regeneration. Buildings, urban planning, and sociology, economy, urban mobility, urban landscape, etc. From this urban analysis, the first measure proposed was to intervene in the 14 medieval squares in order to reactive the neighborhood on a social and economic level. In this way, as a kind of acupuncture or urban sorceries, we start with 3 squares to create the renowned route. The fourth renovated square was Synagogue Square, which, taking its archaeological findings as a starting point, offered us the opportunity to something different. Now we are going to study the next landscaping for the surroundings of the Castle of Honda. What did archaeology provide us with? Before the project was carried out, there was no knowledge of the existence of the archaeological remains found. The discovery came as a surprise, and the project has to be reformulated from the outset. The structures found during 2016 and 2017 offered us the opportunity to highlight history. The archaeological space discovered had 2 stages. Muslim Andalusian era from the 12th century, a cistern of 15 by 15 meters in size was discovered, and Christian era from the 12th to the 15th century. Inside the Andalusian cistern, it is thought that the Christian later raised a building linked to the administration of the harvest. It can be seen today that they built 4 rows with 3 arches each. This may have been point arches. There is also a flight of stairs in civil Gothic style. How was the process of citizen participation? In recent decades, the Synagogue Square has been used only as a car park, degrading the quality of the urban space. The basic keys of the project were adjusted through several meetings with neighbors of the neighborhood, where they shared different ideas and needs. People with reduced mobility, elderly people, small shops, pedestrian routes, needs for meetings and play areas. From there, the project was designed from an inclusive perspective to improve the quality of life of the people in the current neighborhood. What project criteria were taken into account? The urban regeneration project is an intervention on a void in the medieval city in a topographical area close to the other archaeological remains of high value, such as Arab Palace and the main church located on top of the old mosque. The actions were approached from the criterion of non finito, unfinished. The intervention involved restoration, consolidation, and making each interpretation legible by differentiating the old parts from the new ones, introducing new elements that contrast with the old ones in order to highlight the tectonic quality of the space. The most striking feature of the project is the large platform over the archaeological space, which has 3 functions. It connects the different levels of the square, marks the original height of the interior arcade, and recovers the historical routes toward the sea. This structural boost, funded by piling, facilitates the change in level by means of small steps that allow for shedding and social interaction. This platform was previously built in a workshop to check its perfect fit in its location. Its transport also had to be planned, as the paths had to be carried in large trucks through the narrow street. And the Iroko wood slated paving was adapted to the topography. This makes the square partially floating, facilitating the continuity of the public space of the streets that lead to it. The result is a functional urban space that promotes the tactile sensation of the small scale that is reinforced by the presence of the landscaping, and the presence of the water was recovered as a metaphor for the original system. And today, this urban space is a social meeting place where recreational and cultural events are held from time to time. Here, the last celebration of the Nativity scene at Christmas. This project, with a modest budget of 500,000 euros, including taxes, has already received 3 awards and 1 finalist mention in Spain in 2021. The first European Award for Architectural Heritage Intervention in Outdoor Space, Gender Award for the improvement of accessibility and social sustainability, and second prize in the European Week of Sustainable Mobility, and finalist in the Spanish Biennial of Architecture and Urbanism. That's all. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Vielen Dank. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now hand the floor over to Dr. Selma Harrington, who is in the executive board of the ACE, as she already presented, and she was also the chair of the best practice examples. So, please.
Thank you, Veronica, and hello again. And thank you for the opportunity to, first, I'm grateful for the opportunity to hear directly some of the best practice examples. And I would like to reflect somewhat on what we as jury thought, but also what I feel that I've learned as an architect and what we can, and as profession, learn from celebrating these good practice examples. I just wanted to briefly kind of put it in the context how we looked at it, that what we are doing with the SOAR project as well, and with the whole intention, is learning, is education. Our work in this falls within the category of UN SDG 4, quality of education. That is in particular significant in this year, starting from January. It is the EU year of education, upskilling, and so on. So the places of worship, the religious places, are spiritual places, are spaces where education happens about them, about cultures, about people who live them. So it's a sort of area of lifelong learning, and that's where this triad, as suggested, where we consider through the project in different instances, interfaith dialogue, architecture, and specific contexts, giving in the intersection a focus to places of worship in this specific task. I wanted to highlight what I felt I learned recently in Copenhagen, having listened to some of the presentations of the panels that are listed here. The city architect in Copenhagen that gave us Danish context was saying that they prioritize life, people, before buildings. I think that's also important to know. Nicoletta Mirza from EFI, from Britain, was speaking about community-centered approach. Again, community in the first word. Hans Schouwing, Danish architect who presented risk assessment methods that they apply, was talking about 3Ds, detect, defer, delay risk in sort of approach to protecting, preventing crime. My colleague, French architect Oussama Bezazi, was calling for practicing openness and transparency for what he called heritage of the future. What we build today, or where we intervene today, like the synagogue square, it's a heritage of the future, and it's an approach to heritage of the future. I was giving some examples of Irish context and interventions and was highlighting valuing community diversity and diversity of communities. Todor Radulescu, who is also here from Romania, was describing his work as bridging the schism and blending the tradition in the context of specific project tasks. So that's what I took from and I apologize, my slides got a little bit messy with a format resizing apparently, but I wanted just to sort of summarize. For us architects, usually, even though I stand to be corrected by Shaukat, who is telling about the huge demand for architects, which is a great news, but typically it is a rare brief or very long standing, as our colleague from Portugal has said, very long brief. So it's a cyclical demand and on and off demand for us. So it kind of, from a business point or from a timing point, is something to factor in. Places of worship, however, need to be considered, and I see that we do consider them in a much deeper context as public realm, public domain, public spaces that serve communities. They obviously are attached to the sense of belonging of the communities, but also of a broader communities to which the space belongs. And I think the last speaker actually illustrated that and illustrated well the depth of knowledge that is required to sort of understand the change in community. People come and go, sometimes violently, and so on. And also the last possibly notion for us specifically as a professional is that the security by design, apart from requiring specific knowledge and measures, is also sort of highlighting the need to respect, to care, and respect the integrity and sacredness of places by all, the users and designers. So just again, moving back to the jury, which was really a peer review panel with a specialist in SBD. We have at the outset considered the most current thinking of how to assess any architectural project, and we've placed it in the context of the Davos quality system, which you probably are aware of, which kind of highlights some 8 criteria that are important in being mindful of when we are looking at the work of architecture or intervention in the built environment. Functionality, environment as such, economy, diversity, context. Context was illustrated just before my presentation. Sense of place, equally, beauty, governance, and of course, safety by design was our special focus of the jury work. We couldn't be detailed in all of them because that was not the task and that was not called. I also wanted to reiterate what that kind of asks of an architect, and I think that's amply demonstrated by the presentation so far. There is a special kind of sensitivity and soft skills that are required, not only technical. We are designing not only for a client, which is an institutional representative, but for people. In other words, users. And users are often pushed aside in architectural brief, given the nature of the architectural briefs. So cultural sensitivity, a lot of research, a lot of hidden work that is often kind of not known to many. Dedication, appropriate skills, decision-making, participatory design process. That is all what is required and what we need to know when we plan our engagement with this type of work. Technical competencies, specialized knowledge of risk assessment, and perhaps reviewing the procedures that are regulated in some countries, how they are regulated, and where does this and to what extent this specific point comes in. So we need to learn constantly, and we do learn constantly. We have continual professional development, which we carry on each task, I think, and we need to say that, and we need to be aware of that. It's a shared responsibility of all participants in the construction process, which means all disciplines that are involved in it have a responsibility to contribute to security by design, whole team. So just a quick recap of the submissions overview, and Veronica has given it. We have a couple of countries. We tried to establish what are the categories that we are dealing with just for the sake of reflecting on it. So we have newly built churches, extensions, refurbishments, interior fit-outs on existing sites, interventions in public open space, as was the last one, or phase revitalization work, as was Porto, in some derelict structures as well. So if we look at other comments, the two projects were not directly a place of worship, a structure, but they were rather interventions in space that provided a multiple and very useful public function. Replaced the car park, for example, and provided water. The projects point to the historic community use, so that's our knowledge source. And they point to identity, memory, and value of that for the place, for the sense of being rooted or feeling safe in that place. There is a strong, all the entries, and you see them here on that desk, they demonstrate skill of our colleagues, their engagement, their contemporaneity in the language, but also sensitivity in kind of knowing where they work and understanding and providing adequate response to the local context. So there is a language and dialogue with the tradition in a very subtle and appropriate way. So some other general observations is that we predominantly have got submissions that represent Christian faith in the briefs, and Catholic predominantly. So perhaps the project organizers would need to analyze, given particularly migrant communities and the change, they need to examine underrepresentation of other denominations in the further development of the project. So in other words, maybe the geographic scope review would correct some of that. We also all need to understand this is a novel element in the scope of architectural and other professionals' remit, and therefore we need to be quite careful and informed how we approach it, not to overregulate, but also not to be complacent and have no knowledge on it. There are also other lessons that we might not go this time. So quick snapshot, I've only selected the ones that are not presented by their authors today. Alcalá Church in Tenerife, they are all there exhibited. Church of Carmelites in Romania. Don was talking about, Don Marcello was mentioning this project in Italy, and the last but not least monastery of Capuchins in Alferrara, and the rest we'll hear about today. So it's all these entries that you see there along that desk show a holistic approach, and that is very good. We were fighting for the word holistic to enter the kind of official jargon for a while. Architects, and that's why there is demand for them, I believe. They are the ones who can see something out of nothing, who can see that where there was a car park, there might have been something else. And they are responsible to carry that vision, to convey the vision to people who are in need of a concrete project, and help coordination of that. So we need to honor, the commitment, the skill, the time of architects as well, and the value, so that they don't end up like Antonio Gaudí, lying in a morgue for 3 days unknown, having built Sagrada Familia in Spain. We cannot consider all the technical requirements just like box ticking. It's holistic approach we require. And there is also specificity to each task. So it demands complex approach and understanding between the client and, a cultural context is important. So I'm very proud and I'm delighted that we were able, as Architects Council, to conceive the way to celebrate these projects that you are seeing today and before, that are not necessarily always able to put themselves on the front page of an architectural magazine or kind of compete with the different iconic buildings celebration, but they show very deep, complex, and committed work. So I'm delighted that we are able to celebrate it through the booklet that will be reprinted and will be circulated again. So this diagram was shown by EFI before, that in this triad of safe, secure, beautiful, aesthetic, and sustainable, we are talking really ideally about passive measures, discrete measures, not building bars and, you know, security, etc., but being clever about, you know, providing a secure space, but space that can respond and be protective when it's needed. So just on the risk assessment, we need to learn more. We need to be smart. We need to apply, you know, these goals that are typical to other businesses to define specifically. So it's site-specific, really. Measurable, achievable, relevant, timely. Early and appropriate engagement in the brief development when somebody sees the problem and is trying to identify the problem in the existing space, or when they are planning to build a new, architect should be there straight away, and the rest of to discuss, to sort of define. So appropriate, careful study of precedents. We need to learn more. The impact of destruction, the, you know, map of where it happens, why, as architects as well. And for example, you know, when the Russians are now bombing Ukrainian cities, the first thing that happens, even if you are not bombed, your windows break, and that can damage, etc., etc. So we need to learn from these practical things and build them in. In Ireland, we have, within the risk assessment procedure so far, the role of architect is so-called project supervisor design stage. So at the start of the project, you are requested to provide anticipated health and safety risks. So that's where this component might come in handy for training of architects and sort of foreseeing, you know, the process. Also, the main contractor who is in charge in supervision throughout the design process and after has a role in that. So that is where we need to look at protect. I'm also using some of the images on my slides are from Bosnia-Herzegovina that had suffered a targeted destruction of heritage, not only religious, but a lot of religious. And then some famous rebuilds like the bridge, who was not religious, but historic, or the mosque in Banja Luka. On that note, I thank you very much and wish you a productive continuation. I will have to leave you at lunch because we have a board meeting, but I'm delighted to be able to share today with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Selma. So the next speaker will be Jakob Turbasa to speak about his project. And because we are 30 minutes late, I would suggest we break for lunch after this, if Lina is okay with that, to present then as the... Oh, or do you want to present now and Jakob after lunch? Is that fine for you? Sorry. Okay. No, I'm sorry that we planned a very tight schedule. And experience taught me that it never works out. Yeah. Yeah, so let's just, can we go directly? Gloria is going and doing it.
Okay. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. First of all, I'm very glad to be in this very interesting meeting, and it's my first time when I present surrounded by people of so beautiful professions, because usually I'm surrounded by police officers and security people, but here it's like you feel like you are in the middle of, I don't know, exhibition or something. So let me introduce myself. My name is Kolesnikova Lina. I represent here Institute of Civil Protection and Emergency Management, which is the UK-based institute. But I need to explain that it's not institute in a way how we understand the institute. It's more professional association. We are more than 500 members who work in different areas of crisis management, emergency response, safety. We have many people from health, but we also have people from academia. So I'm a director of European and International Relations of this institute, but I'm a security and crisis management professional. So I'm an expert for many organizations like UN Vulnerable Targets Program, or European Forum of Urban Security. Last year I finished with the SOAR project, which is a project which dealt with protection of open spaces and touristical areas from terrorist attacks. As I know, I am mentioned in your baseline report because I did several interviews on the protection of places of worships. But I have to say that I'm completely security professional, so please don't expect something else. But it will not be a tough presentation or no set graphics or something like that. How we people from security understand place of worship, what is it for us? So the term places of worship refers to any temple, shrine, site, faith, community center, or religious schools where worship to any religion is practiced. But we also consider places of worship any dynamic event. For example, if you have religious festival or you have something which is moving but still with a religious purpose for security professionals, it's also places of worship. So from security point of view. And from security point of view, we consider places of worship as particularly vulnerable, so soft targets. So when we, for us, it's of course it's a definite line, so-called old school terrorism, which was previous century, and what we have now. Why? Because in 20th century, killing was an outcome of an operation. So killing was what happened. But now killing is an operation. So the idea of terrorist attack now to kill as many people as possible. So that's different attitude. Therefore, terrorists choose places where they can find as many people as possible, because for them it's a main issue. So then, of course, because killing is operation itself, there's a huge number, increased number of so-called Mumbai type of attacks. When you have operators who come and they're very, very skillful to kill. So, and of course, because we have too many hotspots around the world, we have no lack of people who are very skillful to do it quickly, professionally, etc. So, of course, you've heard many times that places of worship is a soft target. What is it soft target? For me, as a security professional, first of all, soft hard targets, the idea of that came from military. Yeah? So if you have something soft, it means that you have something hard. For me, from professional point of view, soft targets, it's a target which has absence of 3G. What is it 3G? 3G, it's guards, guns, and gates. If you don't have this 3G, it's soft target. But sometimes you have soft target when you have at least 1G. For example, you have gates, or you have guards, but they're without guns. From security point of view, as soon as you have perimeter, it's already easier to start to play with the security, to think security way. But unfortunately, we have a lot of soft targets which don't have 3G. However, there is a change, and it's particularly obvious in US, that even places of worships now have 3G. They really have 3G, so they have guards with guns who protect the areas. So it's an American approach. So from security point of view, if you have 3G, it's already hard target. but from the point of view that it's a place of worship and you have many people who have unrestricted allowance, they can enter easily, so then it's soft target from this point of view. Okay, I mentioned this, and here I heard several times that we had a mention of security by design. First of all, I would like to refer to my article because I was asked to write the note from security point of view, security by design for places of worships, which I did in last November for International Security Journal. If you go to the website, you will see that it's published by International Security Journal. So I don't know what SOAR use, which approach you have by security by design, because please don't think that I want to correct us. So security by design, we use the notions which we took from IT. So we highly use IT approach. So, and we use both. So introduction to the fabric of planning of the facility, etc. But at the same outcomes. Outcomes is what you already received by security by design. And what I mentioned in my article, that unfortunately, when we see the planification approach, security by design approach, we see the very, very low level of security education among people who write this planning. So that's the problem, and I think we have to change this, because people who try to change the fabric of a building or to introduce something else, so they should have a security education. Okay, so I was asked to talk a little bit about international experience with attacks on places of worship. So I would like to start, I want to say that I don't want to go to details of any terrorist attack, and because it's not necessary. So I want to start with far right, because there are definitely patterns which we see all around the world. So it means that you have attacks in Europe, you have attacks in New Zealand, as Christchurch was mentioned. You have many attacks by far right in US, etc., etc. So what patterns we can see, and which is very worrying? First of all, we see with very few exceptions that these attacks are carried out by white men who are not aligned to any particular group or any terrorist group. So-called classical lone wolves. As it was mentioned, lone wolves, it's a real challenge, because usual attitude is that if you have more people in a group, it means that probably you will stop the attack. Yeah? More people in a group which want to carry out the attack, so more chances you stop. As soon as you have lone wolves, so not really. But they are lone wolves, but not lone wolves in a pure sense. They always have viewers and supporters. They're very active internet users, and very active users of particular social group, and they address their actions to the social groups, and they have support of these social groups. All of them, so with no exception, members of shooting or hunting clubs. So they are professionally trained, or they're amateurs but trained well to shoot. And all of them had arms in legal possession. So it means that they have permission for that. All of them have Breivik as an icon. So Breivik is a person who is respected among them. Then you see this absolutely interesting pattern that English became lingua franca for far right everywhere. So even manifestos, because all of these people write something, so they repeat, as I said, as because Breivik is their hero. So they all use English, even if they are located in countries where they're not English speakers. So it means that far right become international movement. So that's why it's very, very, very upsetting, because it means that people in one country may motivate people in another country for carrying out the attack. Then very specific, also very specific for far right, it's of course gamification of attacks and streaming, direct streaming of attack. Gamification, it means that all of these people are active gamers. So they use vocabulary and of games, particular games, and they exchange even they use game vocabulary in their manifestos. And streaming it means that they do online killing. Usually, suppose that the first and the most, of course, famous, notorious was Christchurch streaming of this attack. That's not correct. So what is interesting among terrorists, they can copycat each other even if they don't belong to the same terrorist groups or to same idea of terrorist groups. Yeah. So the first streaming we had in Lyon when it was an attack of a school near to synagogue where kids were killed. So that was the first streaming. The Christchurch attacker actually copycatted, so he admitted that he liked the idea to stream the terrorist attack. Of course, all of them, they haters not only religion, but haters of left-wing political parties, also sexual minorities, women, etc., etc. So that's also the common trend. And very quickly, I will tell about attacks by radical Islamists and militant groups. What I have to say that the attacks, of course, always have on the one thing we see that they are similar, but they also have some geography, side. So, for example, some type of terrorist attacks can be more common, for example, for African continent or, for example, for Philippines. I particularly refer here to kidnapping of priests, kidnapping of pupils and students of religious schools, seminaries, etc. That's more typical for this region. And also, sometimes it's a terrorist attack, it's terrorists, but it's also militant groups, and they have also some local specifics, local conflicts, etc. We see more and more arson. That's I want to stress because you work on security by design. Arson becomes more in the trend. So we also see more and more attacks which combine different ways of carrying out. For example, at the beginning, you attack by explosives. People start to run, to panic. You can they block, for example, the exits, and people run, and then the active shooter killing them. So the combination. So therefore, the attack is more combined. In Africa, for example, the modus operandi is also to arrive by something mobile, motorcycles, that you couldn't be catched by security. So you come, you shoot, and then you disappear. That's very common for this region. But of course, if we talk about Europe, because the project is oriented on Europe, of course, we will I think we'll have more and more attacks with arms. Because of war in Ukraine, we'll have more arms which will be available in the black market. So then arms will be more, in possession. And of course, another thing, it's a very also disturbing that we have a significant number of far-right people who participate now in this conflict, so for both sides, and one day they come back, and we'll have more people with post-traumatic stress disorder, but who is very, very skillful in attacks, killing. That's all from me. You can find me in LinkedIn, so I'm always available. So please, I would like to wish you success, and maybe we'll see each other, I don't know, so somewhere else, because I'm very frequent in projects which are related to security and crisis management. Yeah, I hope it's good.
Thank you so much for this. So I would break for lunch now and keep the time to come back at 2 o'clock. So we would then only be one presentation too late in our agenda. And then we start with Jakub. Okay, so we meet again at 2 o'clock, and the lunch will be in the main hotel restaurant called The Poet. So you go towards the reception and you continue on, and there is the restaurant. Okay, thank you. Can I click on it? No? Hello, hello? Can we start again? Paul? So welcome back, everyone. I think we lost a few people, but I saw a few outside, so maybe they join us soon. I hope you all had a good lunch, and so now I would hand over the floor to Jakub Turbasa to speak about his best practice example. But when I click on it, it doesn't come. Ah, they will put it. Ah, okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to be here, to be with you, and to present one of our projects. Let me introduce myself. I am Jakub Turbasa. I am an architect, but I also work at the Technical University in Krakow, in Poland, faculty architecture. And I would like to take the opportunity to present you the project of the chapel of the Last Farewell in Richwoud we designed. I titled our short presentation Architecture and Last Farewell Venue. It doesn't. Okay, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to add that it was designed by me and my friend, architect Bartłomiej Pyrzyk, who unfortunately could not come here and present it with me. I'd like to start with a satellite image to show you thank you. To show you where this place, Richwoud, is. It is the southern part of Poland. And if you look at the photo, you will see a small village with a lot of greenery. The name Richwoud comes from a German word, Reichwald, which means rich forest. There is a beautiful Baroque complex with a minor basilica of St. Nicolaus. It is in the central part of the image. And you can see how the panoramic view on Richwoud and the mountains and the basilica. But Richwoud is not only famous because of this beautiful basilica, but also because of its icon. Inside the basilica, there is an icon of a miraculous image of the Virgin Mary with small Jesus. It is a 15th century Byzantine icon made by unknown artist. Very important not only for a local community, it is a pilgrimage site. Thousands of pilgrims come to this place every year. Yes, and some photographs of Richwoud. Yes, to present you the architecture of this beautiful place. Yes, in wintertime. Yes, and it is not like an Italian beautiful Baroque. It is a Polish, Sarmatian Baroque with two massive towers. And our project was born out of a desire of the local community and Franciscans for creating a suitable last farewell venue as means of continuation of the age-old, slowly passing tradition of bidding farewell to deceased at home. So we were asked to create a new place for local community where they could pray over the deceased before the funeral ceremony. If you look at the image, you will see the previous one, please. The previous one, please. Yes, you will see the basilica. Above it is a parish house where monks are living. On the left, retreat house, the huge parking area, and on the left side it's an old cemetery, and where we were asked to make our project. So let me look at the map of the cemetery. We see how it looks like, the map of it, and the main entrance. And at the end of the path, one can see a kind of a building with a cross, but it is not a chapel. It is a storage room used by gravedigger. But there are also other two paths, two other access, and the other entrance from the parking area, you see. But what we saw that at the end of the perspective from these paths is the basilica. It is a dominant of this place. This is the view from the second path. And so we've come to keep this view and not to place a new chapel to block this view, to respect these surroundings, beautiful surroundings. So we decided to extend the paths, to multiply the historic module, but with the contemporary requirements 2 times smaller to make it easier to get to the grave, and to design the chapel in the northern east part, just next to the parking area. So if you look at this drawing, you will see the new chapel in a blue color, but it also includes accompanying rooms, such as place with a cold storage for the bodies, technical rooms, utility rooms, and public toilets. So the question was how to, on the one hand, connect them, this sacral, let's say the sacral part and profanum part, but on the other hand, how to visually separate them. So the block consists of 2 parts that express the function related to the spaces of sacrum and profanum. So the architecture consists of 2 parts. The sacrum space refers to the place of prayer, so the chapel which clearly communicates its destiny, but by its distinctive form. And the second one, this profanum space, covered with greenery, rises from the ground along a delicate arch, encompassing the aforementioned rooms. So you can see that under this greenery there are rooms, hidden rooms. And the plan, we see on the left side the chapel, and on the right side this aforementioned rooms. And this is the master plan, how we connected the new basilica with this chapel. So the profanum space, which is visible on this photo, forms a natural boundary between the cemetery zone with chapel and the parking facilities, as well as the caravan zone. We see the caravan zone, it is hidden behind the chapel. The visual distinction between these zones was also emphasized by material of the facades. So it is the same material, it is a local sandstone, but the chapel is finished by a polished sandstone, and the rest is finished by raw finishing sandstone. The view from the entrance to the new part of the cemetery. Yes, the view from the old part of the cemetery. Yes, we see the basilica at the end of the perspective and the new project. And the simplicity of architecture derives from the archetypal traditional forms of chapels with the gable roofs, which also appear in the Żywiec region. It turns towards the origins of building analogous sacral objects. We say that it is a contemporary reinterpretation, which was expressed among others by this large triangular glazing, these huge windows without any frames or hidden frames in one piece, a synthesis of details, etc. Yes, some details. A cross, like a croce di pinta, but in stone. We were very often on the construction site. We were also asked to invite craftsmen and artists to participate in the construction and in design, like icons and sculptures. But I need to add that the Franciscans, especially brother Marek Stachowicz and brother Bogdan Kotanda, they trusted us, they gave us a freedom to decide. Of course, we discussed it with them, but they consulted every detail with us. Yes. And the chapel's architecture is characterized by the selection of natural materials, such as wood and stone. So we believe that the contact with the noble and natural mother opens a person through their senses, so the touch, smell, acoustics, to the mighty dimensionality of space, as well to a more profound cognition and experience. This is the main sketch that presents the essential idea of the project, because the project of the chapel combines two traditions of constructing Christian sacral buildings. The first one is a concept of way, and the second one is the concept of place. So the concept of way that is moving in stages from the world of profanum towards the place of the sacrum. And the concept of place realized by central layout of gathering together in prayer. And due to the function of the building, the venue of the last farewell, the design concept echoes the memory of the so-called Paschal path. So that is the last moment of Christ's life, from passion through death to resurrection, which was symbolically expressed in architecture. We see these three numbers on the sketch. The first one belongs to the passion, the second is death, and the third one is the resurrection. So during the first stage, that is crossing the boundary of the cemetery and heading towards to the main entrance to the chapel, the person experiences a gradual tranquility and concentration. So thanks to these green stone walls growing out of the ground, one isolates themselves more and more from the outside world, so from the reality of the profanum. So now, after crossing the threshold of the chapel, a person finds themselves in a vestibule filled with darkness. So these reinforced concrete walls and the ceiling are black, which aims to emphasize the immersion of immensity, infinity, and immateriality of place where all contours are lost. The severity of this place expressed the stage of the aforementioned passion. So it is loneliness, suffering, Jesus' prayer in the olive garden, and above the head, we see, one can see an icon with the image of an angel through which the only natural light in this space permeates. We read in Gospel according to Luke, and to strength Jesus, an angel from heaven appeared to him. Stage 2. At the end of the chapel's perspective, and also at eye level, you can see a filigree cross that expresses the next stage, the death. There is also a place for a body of the deceased in the central part. This is the stage 2, death of Jesus. And the last one, stage 3, resurrection. Through the zone of darkness, we enter to the actual zone of prayer. This bright space symbolizes the hope of Christian vocation. So according to the Christian faith, life does not end with death. So in the place where people gather around the body of the deceased, their attention is not focused on the reality of death, so the cross and the deceased person, but it is directed upwards, but it is directed towards the perspective of eternal life. So the architecture of the interior naturally guides the gaze upwards and towards the light. And these 4 icons, painted by great artist Greta Leszko, depict scenes from the Holy Scriptures presenting a little taste of this reality, the reality of eternal life. So we see the baptism of the Jesus in Jordan, transfiguration on Mount Tabor. This on the right side is a contemporary reinterpretation of the miraculous image of Our Lady of Rechvaut. And on the left side is a unique icon, because in the central place above the cross, there is an icon which is very popular in Orthodox churches. It is an icon of Christ's descent into abyss. And it is unique because it was painted on a silk and embedded in glass, through which natural light permeates. This is a natural light. Yes. And other images. Yes, the baptism of Jesus in Jordan. Yes, and transfiguration on Mount Tabor. Yes, this is my beloved Son, with whom I am very pleased. Listen to him, we read in Bible. And in Christian symbolism, the light represents Christ, hope, all is good and beautiful, and eternity. The light that brings out of darkness, out of nothingness. Yes, Jesus spoke, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. And the night views bring me to the end of my presentation. One can see how the light comes from the chapel. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. So we would now move on to the short movie Holy Houses, but before the director Anne-Fleur Schutt will speak to us about it.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Oh. So this is the last slide. We need to go back to the first. I'm not so sure. I cannot go back, I think. All right. So thank you for having me here today. My name is Anne-Fleur Schutt, and I was kindly asked today to share with you a short film that I made about a project I did last year concerning the exploration of religious heritage sites in the Netherlands. By inviting or re-inviting people back into these buildings. So during lunch, I already got the question what social design actually is. So let me just explain a little bit about my role as a social designer first. The term social design is often used as the name for a broad practice that includes design thinking and has human-centered design as one of its core principles. It is an emerging field that is quite hard to frame, but to put it simply, social design aims at designing processes that create tangible outcomes that positively impact society. So the way we create is as important, if not more important, as what we create. So we try to create new social conditions in cities, in corporate cultures, communities or teams, with the intended outcomes of deeper civic or cultural engagement and increased creativity, resilience, equity, social justice, or human health. Of course, what I show today, the protection of religious sites through conscious architectural design, which is addressed today, is also a great example. I aim to generate knowledge through creatively collaborating with people that often get neglected when it comes to big social issues, often in co-creation with locals. So in 2020, I reached out to an organization called the Kerkvernieuwers, which directly translates to the church renewers. And this organization concerns itself with the future of religious heritage sites in the Netherlands, and does so by developing visions for the future, involving new audiences and networks, and by organizing participation trajectories and innovation. And for a project I did with the Kerkvernieuwers, or the church renewers, I interviewed over 60 people younger than 30 to take their view on social reuse of these buildings, of empty churches, excuse me. And their responses varied from using these buildings as entertainment venues to change them into study rooms, and even one girl mentioned that she wanted to paint the entire building pink. So the ideas varied a lot. And even though every one of them had a very different idea on how to best use these buildings, the overall response was obvious. They all felt ownership over these sites and felt the importance to keep the former religious places as accessible as possible for the public. So after having seen and heard the enthusiasm for the protection and durable reuse of religious heritage sites, we of course wanted to re-invite people back into these buildings, because we can talk about the use of buildings, but if we're still not using them, then there's really no point. So many companies try to find unique ways to reach out to a younger audience. And the Kerkvernieuwers, we followed this process. Instead of trying to bring a younger generation the things that they were looking for, we challenged them to create their own program. A cultural festival was born that way. of course, held within a beautiful church building in the Netherlands. And with many different workshops and dialogues to participate in. So as part of that project, I organized a workshop in which we created scenes, which are basically small do-it-yourself magazines, to talk about mental health and the way that these buildings can be of influence of both that conversation as well as of our own mental health. And in 2021, this ongoing dialogue about the use of religious spaces in the context of their communities and their social contribution to the community led us to Rotterdam. The municipality of Rotterdam and the church renewers found each other in a shared mission to open up spaces of religious heritage sites for the city's inhabitants through cultural and social activities. So we created a multi-day event called Holy Houses Rotterdam. And with this program, we wanted to offer citizens a chance to rediscover or discover even these unique buildings as potential public spaces in the city. The short film that I made and that I'm about to show you at the end of this presentation will elaborate on both the organization of this project and the objectives of this initiative. So, I see the slide is a little bit funky. I'm not so sure why, but it's to give you an idea about the churches in Rotterdam that participated into this event, during this event. So what started with exploratory conversations between the church renewers and the municipality and several religious communities eventually evolved into a citywide event with more than 80 events in 40 places of worship, held over 9 days in May and June 2022. So this graphic was supposed to show you the map of Rotterdam and all the participating religious sites. And at first the idea of the event was centered around church buildings specifically, but soon it turned out that, of course, mosques and synagogues also wanted to join. And every single one of them had their very own reason to participate into this, in this initiative. For example, their visibility, contributing to the community as a social force, and even for understanding. As you will hear later in the film as well, the warden of the Orthodox Eritrean Church shared his hope for a better understanding of his religious rituals by the local community in his neighborhood. During the event, we had concerts and book markets. The children in this picture were actually the winners of a spoken word contest. And on the right picture, you see the Dominicans look at the exhibition that was called The Church of the Future. And as you can see from these photos, we had a very diverse program with participants of all ages and orientations. And now I would like to show you the short film that I made about this project called Holy Houses, that offers various perspectives of organizers and participants on this unique project through interviews that hopefully will function as an inspiration for your next project. Thank you very much.
My name is Sander Ummelen, and I am 1/3 of the Kerkvernieuwers Initiative. It's an organization that concerns itself with the future of religious heritage sites and specifically church buildings in the Netherlands. 15 religious sites in the municipality of Rotterdam reacted to our call to talk about and discuss the idea of opening up these spaces for the public and to organize cultural programming there. And we started discussing with them, how can we do this? What would this look like? What would suit your particular needs? And how can we help you to realize this? And as the months went on, the number of participants grew, and we ended up with 40 different places that are opening up their space for the wider public.
Mijn naam is Janneke van Zelst en ik ben van Citykerk het Steiger. Het is een heel mooi initiatief om kerken op een hele andere manier in het licht te zetten. En om samen met andere kerken te laten zien wat de bijzondere plekken het zijn.
My name is Marianne Voorthoren and I'm chair of the Multicolored Religions Foundation in Rotterdam.
And I'm Albert Ringer. I'm a Reformed Jewish rabbi in the Netherlands, and I'm the chair of a multi-religious organization here in Rotterdam, Platform LNR.
We organize visits to houses of worship in Rotterdam, especially for pupils and students. And we experience every time that it is a very good way for people to get to know each other. And in that way to take away prejudice and maybe fears even. The Heilige Huisjes project is a very good opportunity to broaden the audience and also to invite other people in. Because we really experience that this is a good way to bring people together.
We started out just with church buildings, and now also mosques and synagogues are joining. So it's a very broad initiative.
I think that for many people who use these buildings, this project will help them find pride in their building and re-seeing the building with new eyes. If you have people visiting your home, then suddenly you see your home through the eyes of the visitor. And that will help them find new energy that they need. And the other is for people who come to these buildings, who come to maybe have this a building in their area, in their quarter of the city where they live, where they from day to day just simply are passers by, and now have the ability to just enter and see who is there and connect to the person who is there. And hopefully that helps us creating some form of peace in this world.
Amen to that.
My name is Martijn van der Mark and I work at the municipality of Rotterdam at the cultural department. One of the very special things of this project is that, it started with an idea, but at the end, a lot of buildings are involved in it, a lot of organizations, and they all feel the owner of this project. So it's not a project of some organizations or of the municipality, but of all these buildings, organizations, and people that are involved with this subject.
My name is Tabitha Hall and my name is Manon Bastiaans and we're cultural directors at the organization of Cultuur Concreet.
Cultuur Concreet is an organization which advises both the municipality of Rotterdam as well as people that take initiative for arts and culture in the suburbs of Rotterdam. And our goal is to make sure that everyone, no matter your background, that everyone in Rotterdam has the ability or the availability for arts and culture near where they live.
I see that a lot of cultural places are not really like a low price to participate in cultural activities. So churches or mosques or something like that are able to open their location for like a good price cultural programming. That's a plus in the center.
Very welcome.
Yeah.
Ik ben Eli en onderdeel van het kunstenaarscollectief Het Kerk.
En ik ben Ferry en ik ben ook onderdeel van.
Ja, elke ruimte heeft natuurlijk invloed op datgene wat je aan het doen bent, maar zo'n kerk is natuurlijk wel in het bijzonder
We hebben hier ook best wel wat projecten gehad, dat bijvoorbeeld in plaats van 1 doek, dat we dan 8 doeken en dan 3 breed en dan 1 groot werk creëren, weet je. Dat kan hier gewoon. Sterker nog, als je dat niet doet, dan waar ben je dan eigenlijk mee bezig?
Dan verdwijnt het helemaal.
Ja, precies. Er zijn ook heel veel mensen die komen dan dagelijks even langs gewandeld en je hebt een communie gehad, of je bent gedoopt, je bent getrouwd. Ja, die verhalen dragen die ruimte ook allemaal met zich mee. En dat voel je ook.
Dat voel je ook echt inderdaad.
Als je er binnenkomt, mensen zwaaien, je bent toch een centraal punt in de wijk.
Mijn naam is Kaliab Okbagergish. Ik kom uit Eritrea. Mijn kerk heet Eritreese Tohado Kerk. Waarom is het belangrijk voor ons mee te doen? Wij zijn de grote gemeenschap hier in Rotterdam als een kerkgebouw. En heel veel mensen komen vanaf Centraal Station naar hier toe, naar die Schipbroek. Heel veel mensen kijken naar waarom is deze mensen gewoon witte kleding doen op zondag. En wij willen graag eigenlijk, wat gebeurt het in de kerk? Wij willen graag van onszelf aan de mensen vertellen. En vooral aan de bewoners van de gemeente Rotterdam. Dus het is gewoon belangrijk voor samenleven in Nederland, hoe eigenlijk die kerk, onze kerk meedraait.
I'm Willem Gebuys, the warden of St. Mary's Church, Rotterdam. And I was immediately sort of hooked to this idea of working together with other churches. Because when you do that, you can learn from others how they profile themselves, how they sort of build bridges between their own church and the community around them. And so how we can invite people to come into our church who normally would think, well, I don't think I'm allowed to go in there. And they'd always had a look at our church. It's a beautiful building, but we don't know what's going on inside. It's like a black box. But now we know, and people out of that black box are coming to join other groups in the area. And I'm one of them, so. And I think that's the best the church can do.
For this. So we have 3 presentations to go before we can have an open discussion in case you have any questions to Anne-Fleur. So I would hand the floor over to Kimo Lintula to present his project.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for invitation for this really nice event. And have to say that I'm amazed by the approaches and the kind of like ways of finding ourselves living together in this world that we've seen already concerning the religious buildings. I'm here to tell you about the Church of the Holy Trinity in Ylivieska. Maybe some background information first. I'm one of the partners at K2S Architects. There is Niko Sirola in the middle and then Mikko Summanen closer to me here. We are also were actually for 8 years professors at Aalto University, so it ended for us. We are our office in Helsinki, about 15 people altogether, and we are mostly doing public buildings. But maybe later on we have done some urban things and some housing as well. For the kind of like these places of worship or religion, our earlier experience was in 2012 in the city of Helsinki, where there's the Kamppi Chapel of Silence. It's a ecumenical Christian chapel for everybody to visit, and the really nice thing was there also that it was for the social workers as well. So there was the city of Helsinki and the church together, so it was really a project about the low threshold. And of course, being an architect, working with the chapels, it always is really intriguing because that gets you really down to the core essence of architectural features, kind of like space, light, material, and that's about it. Not going too deep for the some nice words from Toyo Ito, a book about us, and then but maybe these quite well try to express. Actually, he's found very nicely the words that we try to embrace in our architecture. So we try to take something from the past, make it into a play around it with a little bit, and then make it into a future thing, so that there's always a continuum of tradition, but maybe seeking some new endeavors at the same time. And we tend to use that. It's not the kind of like a really working method, but it seems to come up every time. Ylivieska is a place, it's about 15,000 people, northern Finland, from 700 kilometers up north from Helsinki. It's a very religious area, actually. It's one of the core religious areas in Finland. So church and Christianity there means quite a lot for the people and the community. The whole story about this church is actually quite sad as it starts. In 2016, Easter night, the church that had been there in some form since late 16th century was burned by arson, actually. So it was a very dramatic start, and it made for the kind of like community quite clear that things that we think are permanent, they very easily becomes transitory. And of course, it shook the foundations of the community quite a lot. But at the same night, it was still the black ruins were smoking there. They were chanting all the night, and then they decided that they will make a new church at the same place because it's so important symbol for them, and they need a home for the congregation. So they organized an open competition with the Association of Finnish Architects, and the competition program was really good, actually. It was very well done. And there was a kind of small thing, which is actually quite radical thing in that area. And I mean, in the tradition of like Lutheran churches, that it was clearly said that it has to be a Domus Dei, of course, which is the kind of like the most holy thing. It's the house of God. But at the same time, it should house also the Domus Ecclesia. And that was for us as architects really intriguing because in a modern tradition, let's say from 50s on, it's always been that the Domus Dei is very clearly the dominant, and then there is some other kind of like wings which are very low, which are the Domus Ecclesia. But we felt that this is not maybe the way, good way to go, because it somehow diminishes the idea of this Domus Ecclesia. And then we were thinking about what has made the church to go centuries on, or these kind of sacred places, and kind of like we found that while they are kind of like this, although they are sacral, but they always been a kind of like a safeguard for the people. So it's actually the open arms that should be there. So what we decided then to do was to go back to the history and look at the medieval churches and sanctuaries, you could say. And then what was really intriguing there, that we wanted to keep this, there's a tradition of these rock churches actually in Finland from let's say from 1000 to 1200 or something further on, which are very simple ones. They are kind of like these very simple masses. And then there are these armories and sacristies and whatever put next to it. They are attached, but they are kind of like little houses together. So we were thinking that can we play a little bit with that typology so that actually all these parts would be equal, but you could still feel that there is the Domus Dei, which is the dominant. And that actually led us into this direction where we have a Domus Dei in here, and then the Domus Ecclesia, or the entrance in here, and then the rest of the stuff that Domus Ecclesia means, kind of like these parish halls and stuff like that in this smaller triangular. Altogether it becomes this Trinitas, which is kind of like the kind of like Holy Trinity in expression as well. Then another thing that was left to us to figure out was that what to do about the ruins. The competition brief said that you can build on it even. You could actually try to make most of it, but we felt that to make most of it was just to leave it as a ruin, so that it will be a memory, it will be a place to go back to this painful memory if one wants to. They can organize different events there, and then we wanted to keep the same coordination but put our new church next to it. So actually every time you enter this church, the old ruins and the old church is part of this choreography of being there. And even more than that, actually these open areas of the entrances, they open up towards this ruin and this very nice place. And during the construction process, we were, this wasn't in the competition entry, we were asked to design also a bell tower for the whole complex. And we thought that actually that marking the place of the old bell tower would be most suitable, so that's why it's in there. Here you can see in the urban texture, the idea was that it fulfills the kind of like the urban texture and structure in such a way that you have a lot of areas, you can convey it very easily. It tells you that this is the dominant, this is the kind of like the logo building of the whole community. And also leaves the old cross-shaped ruins free. And then the kind of like the slightly tilted opening in the foyer areas open up towards the landscape and to the old ruins as well. Of course, while doing this, as we have heard today quite many times, that it has to be participatory project. And here it was really, we had in every meeting we had quite a lot of participants from the local people, almost 20. We had all the meetings in the old vicaries, and then even the church started to organize these different events that when the construction started, all the people could came into and they cut down the trees that needed to be cut down. So gradually it started to be their new church, I mean, from the foundations on. And this is now when we start to enter the building itself. There is the open areas, and as I said, that it was a kind of like a very small thing, but very big thing actually, that while having the Domus Dei in here, which is clearly the dominant, and maybe you can even see kind of like reminiscent of the medieval cross plan a little bit played around with, there are areas that are connected to this Domus Ecclesia, which is the entrance hall, which is triangular shape opening up to the landscape, and then there is the parish hall, which is actually coming into the church hall itself, but it's kind of like with the separation walls. It can be closed or opened depending on what is the occasion actually. And then there is another feature, which is the children's place actually, which is also kind of like way that you can open it or you can close it depending whether the kind of on the gradually increasing kind of like play with the different things, whatever is happening there. So it means that if you have whatever sacred thing going on in here, you can still have, let's say, more day-to-day things going on in here. And then maybe in a Christmas time when it's really full, everybody wants to sing the Christmas carols and everything. So you can open up these towards the big hall, and then you are part of that congregation. But even you are not entering the holiest one if you are not kind of person who is not too keen on the symbols or kind of like this religious things. And then it's very simple in plan, and I think this has to do with the safety also, that if you are very easily orientated, you can see everything, you feel everything very at ease, so it makes you calm and it kind of like everything is under control. Here is the sacristy at the other end, and then there is a small chapel and here, and this is the altar part. So now we are entering, here is the parish hall, this is the foyer, and here is where you enter the big hall, or actually the church hall, where you squeeze in spatially. There's some sections showing that, and then we turn around one more time, seeing the landscape opening up there. And then when we enter the hall itself, actually the actual Domus Dei, it's closed from the encircling city, so that there are no windows. The only light which comes is actually uplight from the rooftop. And then you have these adjacent spaces. So in a way, as you can see in sections, we played quite a lot with this medieval aesthetics in the forms as well, and the forms of spaces. And here is a model out of that, so you can see that this is natural light coming in. And of course in Finland, in northern Finland, especially in the winter time, it's very dark. So it means that all the artificial light is also put in here, so the light comes from the one direction only. So it's kind of like it's a pure experience when you come into the hall itself. And then there's another uplight in the altar, on top of the altars, which is giving you some scattering light to that part as well. Here you can see the section. This is when you enter from the outside. This is the foyer. Then you enter to this very diminished place, and then suddenly you are in this big hall of Domus Dei. And then there is this altar part where you have these windows opening up and giving you some light in there. This is a section from the sacristy and the altar. Then when we turn back, this is what the priest is seeing there. There is a kind of like a balcony for the organs, the uplights, and then there you can see these openings for the parish hall, then children's hall, and this is where you enter. And then when we move a little bit on, you can see that it's very simple in plan, that on the second floor there is only this place for the choir and the organs, and rest is like technical spaces underneath. And here you can see the cut, which gives you the uplight for the altar area. And this is then where the organ starts to stand. And our idea of playing with the geometries goes inside as well, because here you can see this is the geometry that you can see from outside. It's coming to the church hall itself, but not as a kind of like a separate house, but as a kind of like very abstract geometrical form. This is opening to the parish hall, and this is opening to the children's place, and this is where you enter the hall. Then thinking of this future past thing and then future proofing, they said us that it needs to be constructed in a way that it will withhold at least 200 years, which was again for us architects really nice, because we thought that yes, we can finally do something very solid, because it needs to be solid, not very multi-layered, in order to be intact within 200 years. And of course, of the arsenic, it couldn't be, it had to be fireproof somehow. So what we did actually, that it's still, we wanted to, from the outside, we went to the stone. It's actually brick, local brick. I'll show you later on. But inside, we went to the timber construction. And timber, why? Because when it's a heavy timber, it doesn't burn. It only, if there would be a fire for some reason, with the treatments that here are, which should not appear anyways, but it would only get a bit dark, and that's it. It won't burn, because it's massive. So these are massive glulam girders, and they are lifted up actually 3 meters from the ground. You have stone walls, which are really this thick brick walls made out of real brick, so that it's very simple, very understandable, breathable construction. This is the eastern end. I'll show you later on for it. And then the kind of like the core of the building, what's put on top of the glulam girders is actually plates of CLT, massive timber elements again. So it's after they are screwed on together, it's actually one huge massive core put together, and it means that if something happens in here or here or here, it doesn't collapse or anything, it just stays in. And this is also very, very simple to maintain, because as you can see, there is actually the, let's say, the offer layer, which is then the brick layer, even in the roof, and on top of the a very massive brick wall, so which you can very easily repair and do whatever is needed. And then I showed you the sections where there was a lot of black in there, but actually the black is reachable area behind the framing timber wall portion, which is, or roof portion, which is actually the visual thing that you see from the hall itself, and you can access it. So all the technical stuff, all the maintenance, all the security issues and stuff like that are there. And it means also that if something would happen when there is something going on in here, you can always have an access to all of the areas there. So here you can see the massive CLT timber elements with the openings. There you can see that these rods are starting to come up for the cladding of the tiles in the roof. And then when it's finished as a construction, the idea for us was that we keep it as simple as in the model photos, so that everything is put together very well detailed. It's full of technical stuff, it's full of technical security systems, stuff like that, but you don't see it. And for us, it feels that it's a very important approach, because sometimes seeing all that, it starts to feel like an everyday place too much, and then the secrecy would be lost in a way. So, but While you take care of these, then you are, I believe that you feel that somebody's been taking care of these issues, and maybe this is the kind of like educative thing that we heard earlier on, this what power architecture could have. And the touch is very important as well. So when you touch something, when it's very well detailed, whether it's easy, but it also feels sturdy, it feels that somebody's been thinking of this, I think it respects you. And then when you are feeling respected, then you start act also as a kind of like respecting the building itself. So here we are inside of the church. Then you can see the benches, very simple in material. It's a timber cladding as a kind of like hanged ceilings. Then there are timber benches. And as you could see from the plan, that the future thing is such that we have in front there is an area which can be used by chairs, and in back as well, but they are still that traditional that they wanted to have benches in there. So, but it's a kind of like thing that can change. Then there's the altar part, and then there's a cross and the uplight coming, nothing else. And actually the cross is really nice story also about engaging the society or the kind of like community. It's drawn by us. My idea was actually that it's this traditional crucifix which you see in the old churches, but instead of having it's very abstracted. So instead of having the Christ on top of it, the idea was that this part which changes is kind of like the face of the Christ, which is turning into the light, like in the many crucifixes. So it's very abstract version of it, but it's actually done by a local volunteer. So it's one man who wanted to make this cross to the wall, and maybe this is kind of like the one way nicely to engage the society or the community and be sure that it's been respected because it's their thing. It's not something that's been done for them from outside. Also, the similar issues with these other features you use in church. And then when we go back, actually, as I said, the uplight is coming there. There are some technical issues, like if you need to film things, you need spotlights. They are integrated in there as well. And then it's secure, it's safe, but you cannot actually see anything about those arrangements. There's the uplight part on top of the altar. Then we turn once more to leave the church itself, and maybe the translucency and the heaviness, kind of like lightness, that was something that we played quite a lot with this church. So it's actually very sturdy, but it's still paper light inside. So it's very as an experience. And from the outside, this is also about engaging and making something solid, that these bricks are actually produced by the local factory there. So they had a brick factory at the place, and actually the workforce was said to be about 80% from local people. So it's kind of like their thing done together with us. And these features are important for us. This is actually the technical place where you need to take HVAC for the kitchen, because there's a kitchen. But this cross is actually something which is a symbol, of course, but it's also the whole Domus Dei actually breathes through this cross, because it's actually first time in Finland within a couple of 100 years. It's a kind of like a naturally ventilated church. And it means that it's just the natural ventilation goes on, and this cross is not only a symbol, it's actually where that church really breathes. So there's a kind of like this metaphorical and technical issue with that. And then on the other hand, which is the eastern part, we put the bell that fell down from the fire, that hanging in there. You cannot use it because it's broken, but as a reminder of the history and kind of like farewell to that memory in order to open the future window, it's hanging in there. And at the end, I just wanted to say in a way that this, at the end of the day, there is just this symbol of faith reconstructed, empowering the sense of and changing and community. So it's a kind of like solid proof of continuum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker will be Paul Smith. That's the security expert of our coordinator, Effie, and he will speak about standards.
So I've got a confession to make. When I was waiting for the agenda to come out, I thought to myself, I really hope I don't have to follow any agenda items that are visually impactful or inspiring. And so thank you very much. You've just completely spoilt my day. So just an explanation of who I am and where I come from, because that will give you the context of my interest in this particular subject. My name is Paul Smith. I'm currently working with EFI. And my background is in policing in the UK and towards the latter part of my career in the counter-terrorism unit within the Home Office in the UK. So I specialised in protective security and risk assessments of both places and people. A big part of my career has been within Secured by Design, which is the UK version that's been around since 1983. And so I've had the great pleasure of working with architects' practices within the UK in housing development, road developments, and commercial projects as well. And despite my involvement in those architects' practices, none of them have died in poverty, to my knowledge. So, who knows? And yes, like our Italian friend. So, what I want to do now is just take you through some of the resources that we have on the SOAR website, which really takes you through all the advice you might need if you want to pursue a project and incorporate security by design in that particular project. I'm going to just cover, the real principles and the ethos of security by design very, very quickly, how it can be applied, and what was going through our thought process when we constructed the resources that you'll see on the website. And then I'll touch upon just 5 or 6 of the products that we have to give you a flavor of how these things are built and how they're intended to be used together. So the theory of security by design, and there's lots of definitions out there on the internet, is around incorporating security features into the design and fabric of the building and its urban context. So to be honest with you, the sort of clients or the kind of premises that we're dealing with fall into 3 real categories. The first categories are those places of worship that just want to make small security upgrades to their existing premises. The second category are those places of worship that are thinking about partial refurbishment or extension to their premises. Invariably, an architect will be involved. And the last one is, of course, the new build, the new projects where on every occasion, architects will be involved. And really, it's about creating some kind of synergy and understanding between the individuals and the organizations that you see on that screen. Not only the urban planners, which will deal with, obviously, the built environment, the people that provide the technology, the security advisors, the engineers, and the architects. However, there's one group or there's an individual missing from that list, of course, and that is the client, the organization, or the owners of the building. And it really is the resources that you see on the SOAR website are, in its purest form, advice for those individuals to read it and then to start to ask the right questions of their architect, their project lead, their installers, their contractors. So, security by design, what does it do? You probably know this already. uses tried and tested design elements to influence behavior and offending. And again, in its purest form, some of the best buildings I've seen is where the security measures aren't entirely obvious. So the actual security measures, the way it's designed, works on the brain. You know where you can go, where you shouldn't be, where you can go, these sorts of things. Uses quality materials to build into new developments or retrofit projects. This is a cliche, but when I was a police officer, I would be called to a burglary or a robbery, and the owner of the house would show me the key to their house. I could walk 5 doors down the street, and I knew that key would fit another house. In the UK, this was true. So the keys and the locks were repeated on large housing developments many, many times. And then people wondered why burglaries occurred. And generally, the equipment that was being fitted in the late 70s and the early 80s was of extremely poor quality. It's supposed to provide long-term security and assurance based on nationally and internationally recognized good practice, and provides a proportionate response to the situation. And when we started to build the documents, the advice that you see on the website, we promised ourselves that we would comply with what we call in the UK the JASPAR principles, JASPAR. So it has to be proportionate to the problem. It's got to be justifiable. It's got to be achievable so it can be easily implemented. Sustainable, the measures have got to be sustained over time. It's got to be practical and works in line with the use of the building. Certainly it's got to be affordable, and it's also got to be reasonable. In other words, the people that attend that building, the congregations, the adherents to the faith, has to understand that what you're doing, it sounds right to them. So if you go back 2 years, around 2 years, what you'll see, there was an early offer from the EC that was a really good document because it gave a very quick guide, a quick reference to security around the protection of places of worship. And for that time being, it was the go-to document because it had a nice, easy checklist that a premises owner or a management committee could look at and really ask questions about their security and the protection of their premises. Then, as has already been mentioned today, late last year, this document came out, which was an amalgamation of the JRC at the EC, and also built upon the key actions that were outlined by an EU pledge, and that's basically around counter-radicalisation to reduce vulnerability in public spaces and enhance the resilience of critical infrastructure. And that was really important to us because probably for the first time, a large pan-Europe organisation was stating that places of worship were essential to the critical infrastructure. They were critical not only socially, but culturally as well. They are there for people's well-being. Now, the Security by Design book is excellent. However, it mainly concentrates on the physical and technical measures that can be taken to the built environment. It concentrates really around the urban space. So what the projects is sought to do is for the time being to build upon that knowledge and really talk about the premises themselves. Not necessarily the way that the environment is built, that's well catered for, but actually when you get down to the street, the actual premises that you're going to deal with, you're going to walk in and you're going to use. When we started to build these resources, what we wanted to do, we wanted to focus on the themes that contribute to security. We wanted the documents to explain the significance to the building and the organisation, provide practical advice and guidance, and also, most importantly, to explain its likely prevention impact. So in other words, what are you likely to reduce or prevent? What benefit are you likely to get if you follow the advice within the guidance? So what I want to do now is just to run very quickly through 5 or 6 of the documents that you'll see on the website. And I think there's around 20 advice documents that you can access, but you will see that all of these documents are intended to be read in conjunction with each other, woven together. And towards the end of the project, we'll be building one document where everything will come together so that people can access that on one particular piece of material. So implementing SBD for and in existing buildings, including heritage sites, is probably the one that we're asked about the most in terms of the difficulties of working, as you will all know, in heritage sites or in listed buildings. Iconic sites, as you have heard today, present a greater risk in some towns and cities purely because they are iconic, and individuals and certain organisations see those as a legitimate target that will attract the kind of attention that they need if they attack those sites. Those buildings, not only to the congregation but also to the wider public, are very sensitive to change. They're sensitive to the building, they're also sensitive to the people. So proportionality is really important. I have gone into many listed buildings and heritage sites where basically somebody has tried to turn the building into a fortress and really eliminated the whole the ethos of why the building is there. And obviously a lot of the conversations that we have are around permissions and consent from the municipality, and who are they going to upset and what permissions are they required before they can get their screwdriver out or ask their contractor to start. Secondly, one that's being increasingly asked for is advice around cybersecurity and the digitalisation of places of worship for a large number of reasons, really. Number one, in my personal experience, is when you're called to attend a premises and you discover that they've suffered a loss of personal data. And clearly they're not only worried about the bad media attention that they'll get, but also worried about who now owns all of the data. For instance, all of the data connected with our children in the madrasa or the Sunday school. Very, very difficult issue. The document contains procedures for storage and recovery of all technical data and information, and starts to emphasize this importance of not only putting the hardware in place, but also engaging in staff training. It's critical to support that safeguarding and to prevent the egress of viruses into the system. Of course, it's not always about information data. A big part of this advice will contain around technical solutions that have been installed, not least CCTV or access control that's also hackable, which is a relatively new concept for people. The next one is an advice document around the security by design within gates and doors and windows. Again, very, very difficult within heritage sites, purely because of the heritage involved in some of the architectural features, but also the cost of providing some level of security in very difficult circumstances. However, it's a problem because, as you know, windows and doors, whether they be 10 years old or 400 years old, invariably are the first line of defense, and involve very high value architectural features, but only effective when used with good procedures. And for me personally, going into any sorts of premises, people will say to you, well, it's okay because we've fitted all these new locks, we've strengthened the doors, We have secondary glazing. But when events are taking place, when the building is actually in use, you find that the staff training, the procedures for security just aren't there. So it doesn't really matter what kind of lock that you have on the door. If it's not locked at critical times, then it's next to useless. The one that is the closest to my heart, because I've seen the worst crimes committed against buildings, and that is the principles of perimeter security. Because the old-fashioned thinking was, if we have a security problem, if we want to eliminate all risk, let's turn the building into a fortress. And certainly within the United Kingdom during the IRA terrorist days, that was usually the solution to a lot of buildings. It is for many the first line of defense, but it only complements other measures that you have. And the document explains that it needs to fit within the environment. Remember, it has to be aesthetically pleasing and proportionate to the problem you're trying to prevent. But obviously, in terms of the most recent style of terrorist attack, good perimeter security can prevent the favorite mass attack through vehicle impact. And again, one that's frequently asked for is advice around visual deterrence, such as CCTV, surveillance, both formal and informal surveillance, and specifically about on-site and remote digital monitoring. Because again, most organizations still think CCTV involves huge control rooms with staff, and really technology has moved on a great deal since we were having to monitor screens 24 hours a day. Talks about covert and overt surveillance, and also warns about the installation of covert surveillance if it's contrary to district or national law, but also requires careful planning, management and storage procedures through an operational requirement. And still, organizations are having complex CCTV systems fitted without the completion of an operational requirement with a properly qualified security advisor. So lastly, a quick word around the incident management guides that are on the website as well, because you could glance at this and think this is about trying to recover the situation when everything has gone wrong. But the document isn't about that. It actually takes a more planned approach and talks about the preparations that can be made, the planning that can be done, and the testing of procedures within the organization that will prevent disaster from happening in the first place, along with good, solid health and safety advice. The incident management guides are there for most of the faiths. They're on the website and really should be read before the disaster actually occurs to provide that preparation and protection for these organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. In between, I have brilliant news. The booklet arrived, the printer sent the package. I'm very, very relieved. So please take as many copies as you wish and spread them. The last presentation is by André Fontes of his project, and then thereafter we have like an open discussion.
Thank you for this invitation, and this, I must say, it's not easy to be the last one. This project is for us a very strange project, because when they ask us to do this project, you don't know what you're going to do there. You have this existing chapel inside of seminar, and the seminar is a huge seminar before, not now. Now it's only a few people living and studying there. And in this seminar, you have in normal corridor, you open a door, you have a church or a chapel with 500 seats. is for us very strange. This kind of way inside of a building discovered a big room with this size and this scale. But this big room is only a big room. And it's a problem for our client because you don't have this kind of special condition to be inside of a chapel if the chapel becomes only a big room. And they ask us what you can add or change to be able to become something more with different type of qualification of the interior space. And the truth, he didn't knew. And for us, you don't have answer to do it because you don't want to do it like a decoration with new materials, becomes more, can say, nice in the interior, but you want more than this. And for us, becomes a strange project to begin because before, inside of the seminar, you have this chapel. And always, when I talk with my students, you talk about and sometimes it's unfair to the architects when people feel the architects is building designers, and this is not true. You are space designers, where people are going to be and people are going to live. And there's a big difference. And in this kind of way, to combine different types of components to create some space qualification, to be able to propose some type of attitude inside of space is something you are missing this room and you want to achieve. In the end, you can say like an architect, like a live choreographer. When you combine different components, you create different types of way to live spaces. And this for us is very important in the way to understand how a job like architects, but in this case, you don't have the answer. And what you decide to do is to ask to the other buildings. You make some decomposition of important churches in north of Portugal with different ages to trying to find common components, trying to find some pattern of the components of these projects. And you did for 20 churches, just like before, where you're trying to create these kind of investigations to see what they have. And you discovered that this search you study, you have several common components in all these churches. And for us, this becomes our beginning. In this case, instead you're trying to invent a solution, you're trying to ask to the story the way they did in the other cases. And for us, this becomes special because you discover things is, of course, obvious. And I can say some examples of this pattern, common patterns of components of the buildings. For example, for us, it's a surprise. Scale is not so important, but more than scale, for example, is more the mathematics of space. And you found a lot of good numbers behind the spaces. Or more than the scale is, for example, verticality or proportion. All these things for us becomes a fantastic discoverings in this process, understanding the other churches in Portugal, north of Portugal. And discover also very important things like material or materiality, or where you move through, or where you play with light, or where you play with focal points, or where you have light focal point too, or focal light point. All these things becomes very important in this case, on the other cases where you can collect several elements to be able to become our project component to use in our case. The other thing you found also is the transition inside-outside is always very rich. It's not only a door between inside-outside, it's always a sequence of steps, of borders in this transition between the interior and the outside, or outside and the interior. And how in this kind of scale of this chapel, you can incorporate these qualities if you have a door in a corridor to a church or a chapel with 500 seats. And for us, becomes something to you achieve in the project. And you decide, and this is examples of a cathedral of Braga where this church is, and you like this simplicity, like you see the material, it is material, don't cover it material. And in one side, you have this movement, you have this kind of choreography. When you get inside, you have the simplicity, we have material, we have the very basic things, very clean and very cheap, can say. But when you move back, you have this fantastic organ and become some sophistication inside of simplicity of space. And for us, again, this becomes something very important to be used in our church. And you decide to work with proportions, like you see in these drawings, where you're trying to, in this room, maybe too much horizontal, how can get some verticality. You explore the size of the roof to be able to explore even more. And in the end, you only draw two things. You can spend maybe in this project several months thinking and 5 minutes drawing. Is more or less like this, because you only did two things, an arc, concrete arc, and a forest, and nothing more. And inside of this forest, we have a small chapel, because today don't have 500 students in seminar, you have only 20-something. And inside of this forest, you create very small chapel to these 20 students. And this is the process of thinking when trying to incorporate light, and you're trying to also how you could incorporate this kind of hanging concrete element. And this not only to create this vertical shape and to correct the proportion of room, but it's also to play with this space in between this concrete wall and existing stone wall before you cover it and you clean it. And you create also a place to transitions between spaces. You have corridors defined by this hanging arc, and you have the main space. We have forest to create this transition inside, outside, in the entrance, like passing through the forest of pillars, etc., etc., etc. All these things is done step by step, but in the end is summarized in these two elements of our project only. I'm also a civil engineer, is why sometimes I don't know if I work like an engineer, I work like an architect. In this case, of course, if you see this element, you understand the tension of this hanging concrete structure done on the place. And this is what you did there. But in the end, what you found in these special buildings is material. You don't cover it material. And you want to reuse again, because before this stone wall, existing stone wall is covered, and when you clean it, you found a fantastic stonework. And for us, this is the truth of the material. If you want to, like the church you study, concrete is concrete, wood is wood, and stone is stone. You don't cover it, you play with material like they are. You have two reasons, because it's the truth of material and the truth of construction, like the old churches. But the other hand, you have a very low budget to construction. Very low budget. And you need to be smart in the way to play of this basic construction to become the final element in the construction of qualification of space. And this is the forest, like you see here. Step by step, you had these things. And the other hand, when they ask us to do this project, you say, please, don't ask us to do this project alone. You need to be involved with the community. And by community, you can incorporate all the people. You can talk about the community of people using the chapel. You can talk about the people of the theology, because you miss a lot of information about theology to be able to support the meaning of space to be used in this construction of this space. But also the artists, musicians, the craftsmen, all these things involved in process of project, and be not only to have a beautiful talk with guys, but to be a part of the process of construction. The other thing I want to achieve in this project is the project trying to be local again. Now with this international impact of our work like architects, sometimes you feel the project in Portugal could be the same project in Tokyo. You don't know the difference, because you lose a little this kind of locality, or this local tension, or this local expression of the local identity. And to do it, you're trying to incorporate the materials, the process for constructions, the craftsmen, everything is taken from the place to be able to, again, be expression of the locality. And this you've been in trying to choose the stones. This is my brother with Asbjorn, is a sculptor work with us. And he's trying to find the special stone to do something like this pillar to be used inside of church to be the support of the altar, of the table of the altar in the small chapel. All these things is he trying to incorporate in our project step by step, material by material, process by process, artists, craftsmen in different types of things. And this process is a very nice process, long process, when you're trying to invest in these small details, but always not alone. This is not my drawing, sorry. This is Asbjørn. And this is the consequence of be not only the architect solving problems, but be a part of people with different interests, but all very important in the construction of a church. The paintings are from a Swedish painter, and this is the things you did in project to be able to incorporate this kind of be part of the process, not only to show our ideas, but to be with us discussing and deciding and doing with us these things. The other thing you use it, for example, is you need a focal point, a focal light point you don't have here. And to do it, you create a gap in the facade, and you want to incorporate this stone with translucity to be able to improve or to filter the light from outside. And this stone is coming from, of course, of the side, from the region, but it's also done in this precise way to be part of the project. I don't know if this is done by myself or with Asbjørn or the craftsman of stonework. This is, I think, is a project done with different hands together. And all details is used to create small things, always relate with different people working in different levels. This is old women working with wool to create this kind of textile, and very nice, and discuss a lot the space between this kind of each element to be able to create the precise light in this transition from the light from outside to inside. This is a very polemic thing. This has been decided to do Maria, like you see here, like normal people, not like God, I can say like this, but like a normal people in the place. And decide to work and to inspired by the representation of Maria, medieval representation, where it becomes like normal people, normal clothes, in a normal seat in between people. And this becomes a big discussion in Portugal about this image. This is small chapel on top, where you see the big stone coming to this second level to build the altar. Stairs, all things you use it to give some stability to these trunks of these trees to play together, becomes opportunity also to build stairs, for example, whatever. You can play with these things, becomes a consequence. For example, this handrail is done by the technology of the bikes, of road of bikes, because you want something very, very small, and you create this kind of tension to create this kind of support of the handrail. Last image is, I think, something very important for us and to the community. They decide the church is going to be open to the community, not only to celebrations, but also to, in this case, is a festival of electronic music, it's Mi Breve in Braga. And they organized a lot of events, not only celebrations, but concerts, cinema, discussions, whatever. And this is very important because they say you have a fantastic space to be prepared for a lot of things. And you discuss how you can separate it, this kind of use with this kind, compare with the church, if you're going to create a wall or sliding doors to close a little bit apart. And they say, as these guys from the side of theology, sacred space is inside of yourself. Don't worry about doors. Thank you.
Is this test? Okay.
Yes.
Can you switch the other
Hello?
one off then? Yeah? Or should I switch it off? Me and technology. No, I don't know. Just leave it on. Okay, so I'm coming down here and I'm giving the second mic to Shaukat. So usually we would have like a round table of the speakers, but there are so many of you speakers. So, and that was the reason why we choose this setting on the round table, so we can all speak with each other. So maybe we can just sort of take questions. But may I just say before, because today we heard 5 of the 9 chosen projects, and we had 3 already in an online event, as I said before, and 1 joined us in Copenhagen. And I have to say, each one of you presented in real more than you submitted in paper. And each one of you made us, like I was just talking to Gloria, but we were not part of the jury, we were just the supporting staff. But we learned so much more by listening to you and all these different approaches, and it was just a really magnificent experience. And I think this whole project was really a learning curve to see all the different ways on how you can approach place of worship.
Absolutely. I think, look, I mean, as a non-architect, I mean, when I dream of being an architect. And if I had, if there's another life, I'd love to be an architect. My dad didn't allow me to become an architect, so he's to blame. But when you see these images and you see now the inspiration, the 21st century inspiration that you've put into these buildings, you've taken worship to another level. I think the dimension of worship in Europe is going in a new phase. And the way you've designed some of these buildings are not just inspirational, these are metaphysical, multidimensional. They are reaching a level of spirituality that I think cannot be articulated just in words. So I commend you all. And I agree with Gloria's point that actually today, looking at some of those images, you transcended me. You transcended me. So I mean, our job now, we were just discussing, is that how do you take this? I mean, Gloria keeps, and Veronica keeps talking about these 300,000 architects. 600,000. They're reproducing like anything. So look, I mean, this is real inspirational work. And just speaking to the EU at the moment, they are incredibly impressed. Incredibly impressed. The feedback so far is being so motivational. The challenge for us now is, how do we take this deep knowledge that you've shared and distribute it at 3 levels? One is to other architects, number 1. Number 2 is to law enforcement and urban planners. Third is actually where we are more connected, is actually religious leaders who are retrofitting old buildings and developing new buildings. How do we get your voices, your ideas, your techniques, your vision to the people that are ready to fund your work, bringing you together? Because we feel that at the moment, the people with the idea to retrofit or build new buildings, they're not talking to the right people. They need to talk to people like you. How do we do that? It's a big question. Because the inspiration that I've seen today, and through these pictures and through your work, the more people ready to retrofit or to develop new infrastructure, with your assistance, we can transform Europe. Somebody said to me just earlier, I think it was our colleague from Lille, how do we make people feel proud of the buildings that you are producing now in the next 200 years? Because people are proud of the architecture in Europe that was built 200 years ago or 1,000 years ago. How do we make people proud in another 1,000 years? And some of the things I've seen today, I feel that they can be proud. Just some initial thoughts.
Yeah, are there any questions, any comments, anybody who would like to say something to somebody else, or only nice things allowed, of course?
Well, first of all, thank you for your kind words. I just want to tell you that you only give us 20 minutes. If we had 40 minutes, can you imagine how much we could tell you? Yeah. Well, I think there's one thing in architecture that is essential. It's the most important thing. And we usually say that is the architect of everything, is the client. So without a good client, we can't do anything. And that is the beginning of everything. So if we have an open client with some money, because money is also very important, but not the major thing. Because I know very interesting buildings that are not expensive, but are very interesting because there's a good relation with the client. And of course, if we have a client with you, you even can fight with all the rest of the people that you, as an architect, you need to fight to build something, because it's really a fight. Okay? But the permissions, the construction, and the client, if the client is good, gives you another thing that's very important nowadays. That is, we are losing it, is time. Because to do, doesn't matter what, you need time. And of course, time is money, like usually we say. And that is, let's say, the major, for me, important thing. Because with the client behind you, you can fight and you can win a war, let's say. If we don't have the client with you because he's in a hurry, he doesn't want to spend money, he wants big and cheap, then you don't do anything. You are not really an architect. You can't reach to be an architect. And to produce, let's say, the results you saw today, it's the same thing. Doesn't matter if it is a church or a synagogue or whatever. It's the way, the attitude of the architect to the profession, because we shouldn't be specialists in anything. So we should attack a problem to find a solution in the same way, because the problems are always the same. We are making houses, housing for one person, housing for many people, housing for a bed because it's an hospital or a hotel. So the attitude is the same. It depends how you are professional or not, and if you have a background or not.
So can I just give you a quick insight? You've mentioned the issue of the client. Through our experience in the past 10 years, we've seen 3 types of clients. Client number 1, community. This is in place of worship, by the way. So I'm not talking about hospitals and in places of worship, development, redevelopment, or new development. We're seeing 3 types of clients, and correct me if you see any others, but this is what we've seen in the SOAR project, EFI, and another project, Faith Associates. One is community. Community, this is collectively coming together, collecting money and trying to develop, and they're generally poor people. But their ambition grows depending on the architect. Second type of client is a rich philanthropist that has his or her own vision, and he wants the architect to complement his vision. And the third thing we've seen that is becoming quite big is state actors. State actors are playing a very big role in religious diplomacy. So I'll give you an example. At the moment in Cambridge in UK, the Turkish government just built the first eco-mosque, 25 million euros. Very interesting. Turkish government, 25 million euros. You can't change a window without planning permission in Cambridge. But they managed to convince the local authority to build a 25 million euro mosque, completely outside of the Turkish architectural strategy. Very interesting. Very interesting. And you see the geopolitics involved in that creation. Swiss material, UK architect, multiple different developers. We've seen similar things in America. We're seeing things in Germany. Your presentation that you brought from Albania, the Albanian architect, very interesting. things are happening with state actors. Are there architects at the moment? It's just an open question. With the vision, with the ideas, with the strategy that can take state actors' money and develop inspirational projects. Not saying that I've got 25 million euros.
Faith needs inspirational projects.
Faith needs inspirational projects. Elaborate.
Sorry?
Elaborate.
Well, I think that faith is different today than it was a couple of decades or years ago. I think you have a belief, of course, you believe in someone or something, but today there are so many diverse ways of practicing faith. And these diverse ways of practicing perhaps needs different spaces to do so. And perhaps spaces can induce, can trigger, can help, can provoke different ways and different attitudes towards faith for different outcomes, perhaps. So, just a thought following your.
No, thank you. I think very useful. Absolutely. I think your picture, sir, your last picture of seeing the church with this musical type of concert. We just did a risk assessment in Copenhagen of a church, the traditional Danish church. They realized that the population around the church, the elderly population within the next 10 years will finish. And if they don't retrofit or change the church internally, there will be no church. So instead of the traditional method of where there's an altar at the front and chairs, they changed everything. They put a round altar in the middle and focused purely on music and working with women. They had to re-engineer the whole building, and now the building is operational 7 days a week with an inspirational vicar, priest. Amazing. So architecture, changing the dimension and style of worship and looking at the needs of society today. Critical in blending it for uses of today. Places like London, Copenhagen, Berlin, Brussels, you can't find buildings for public use cheaply. But places of worship generally are empty. How do you bridge the gap? It's about changing the orientation. And we are also talking about how do you make those places safe, not just from a physical attack, but spiritual abuse. Big question mark. How do you design buildings to prevent spiritual abuse? Big question mark. And we are starting seeing some inspirational architectural designs in that case.
J'ai une question, mais c'est en français. J'ai suivi la présentation des projets sur la sécurisation des lieux de culte. Et ici, nous avons, je dirais, la crème des crèmes des architectes en Europe. Et j'ai une question pour vous. Cette question, c'est que ici, nous sommes en train de voir qu'il y a une réponse qui est proposée à la possibilité d'attaque contre les lieux de culte. Et lorsque on dépasse un peu, c'est toujours la même réaction dans différents domaines. Mais la question qui reste fondamentale et qui m'inquiète, m'interpelle personnellement, c'est est-ce que vous, les architectes, ou dans ce projet, on tient aussi compte des motivations de ceux qui pourraient possiblement porter atteinte ou agression contre les lieux de culte ou les lieux de religiosité. J'espère que vous saurez traduire finalement la question.
C'était une longue question. Yeah, a little bit long. So, thank you for all the presentations. It was really interesting discussion on security by design. What did you say there? No, just kidding. He has a question for architects specifically. And he also says kudos to all the architects because he feels that we have here la crème de la crème, so like the best of the best in Europe for architecture. And he asks the architects here if you take into account the reasons why people do terroristic attacks towards places of worship in your design process. If you take
because you said the design that the architects do are the design against or security by design, but is it a design of preventing the thought?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, does that make sense? Does anybody
do you take into account the motivation of those attacks?
Yeah, the motivation.
In your conceptual design, yeah.
Who wants it? Yeah.
Thank you. I feel it's kind of like this question is connected to this earlier discussion. I was thinking and the presentation that it's obvious that things have to change and evolve, and maybe as an architect we should allow, and then as a client we should allow these things to happen so that kind of like there would be a sense of belonging to these places. And I think it goes down to this sense of belonging, creating a kind of like atmosphere that I don't know. I personally feel that, like I said, that if you are taken care of, I mean, kind of like that, you are respected in that sense, that things are good in weather orientation, use of daylight, views, connecting to the urban fabric, materials, so that it's kind of like gives you the idea that you are kind of like appreciated, instead of maybe doing this kind of like left-hand thing with the kind of like everyday stuff, and then you say that you put a label and say that this is a place to worship or something. And then maybe the other thing also would be that it's really down to the core idea of sanctuary, again, which for me is independent of religion or kind of like a faith. It's just a place where you can be safe, whether you represent whoever and whatever, and it's a place where you are kind of like untouched. And maybe that's as an ideologically something that we should go back a little bit, because now it seems that these, even the most nicest examples might sometimes be kind of like these power things, that they just try to show this power being the major power, and then they start to compete instead that they should kind of like complete actually.
Actually, maybe I can also comment, Casimir, because this is a question that we had from the very first event in March. And some ideas that came up were not architecturally, but I remember we were sitting there and discussing that interfaith activities could actually open the communities. But then the discussion was, yeah, but the people who attack might not be of a faith. And so they might be part of the community and they walk past this place every day and they wonder what is happening in there and they don't feel welcome in it. So then in the end, we thought, okay, we should have like community events where we open the doors for the neighbors. So all the neighbors know who is there, what are they doing in there, why, and can I go for a cake sale or for something else to meet the people. But it's not an architectural solution. Just as a comment, yeah, Victor. Oh, you were before? Yeah?
Yes, so I just wanted to continue what you asked about an architect, where you can find an architect which is able to deliver. But I don't think now it's only on the architect's shoulder. We need to act like it's like a teamwork. We need to look at today's conference and meeting. Different people, different organizations talking about achieving an object which is composed by different perspectives. So how important is, let's say, the security by design? And we had like Paul talking about from his perspective. We have architects talking about, projects. But I think a good result will come only when we are able to work as a team and we communicate and make consultations together, because the complexity of scope of works today, it's different comparing with years ago. So the clients are a little bit more skilled and they know what to ask for. So of course, we as architects, we need to deliver. So it's such a big pressure. I'm acting in my practice in the UK. So there is a lot of pressure there with everything. From juridic point of view, contracts. So it's so much, you cannot take all this pressure on your shoulder to be the architect. So now we need to spread this, to communicate, to act together. So I think if you are able to create this network and we can join to it and work together and to have this client, I think it's doable. So that's my, and talking just referring to what Kazimir said before, I think the problem, what we try to resolve today, it's about, let's say, terrorism, which is a problem that ideally should be solved. And we are trying to cure an illness, but the cause of the illness should be, other subject. So I think there are two different points. We architects today, we are trying to help, but the problem, of course, is general and we need to heal this illness in a way. Thank you. And sorry, and you're complaining about your 20 minutes. You needed to see me in Copenhagen, like running for, you don't have, it's like 15, so I was like running. Thank you.
Yeah, but then we had to leave the room. Yeah. I don't know if Victor was before you. I think yeah.
Thank you. I'm very quickly. We work with ruins, so we work with memory. And the memory said we change the communities, we change the different buildings, and we pretend to reborn again the buildings for any confections, any convention, religion confections. If you open the ruins to spirituality, it means the most important to defend the building and the place, because it's an open place to the spirituality. It's the most important, that we have the symbol of the last religions that occupied that building. So when we work with the ruins, we work with the memories, all the memories, because our country is very old. We have Jews, we have Muslims, we have Christians, and we want to reborn this kind of, these religions in an open way, in an open mind.
Yeah, it's Victor and Sophia's project is this one.
We don't rebuild the building to the Christian conviction. We maintain the open building as it was in the 21st century.
Let me just add something, because we did this project 10 years ago, and we hope it would stay like this for another 15 years the most. Our idea was, and we framed this call within the Ukrainian war at the moment. As you know, many religious buildings are being targeted. Will there be money to rebuild them all? We don't think there will be immediate money to rebuild them all. But what you need to rebuild is the community faith. You need to rebuild the place where people can practice their faith. And they can practice their faith in security in a ruined place. And that's what we did with this convent. We stabilized the ruins, and you can use the space safely and feeling secure, and the place can be closed, and the place can be open for cultural events, for social events, and for spiritual events. And that's what we think, that there will become an issue in Ukraine when you have all these religious buildings to be rebuilt and you won't have the money to do it. What will the community do? They need the place like a space where people give meaning to, rebuild, not the building in itself. The place needs to be rebuilt and enable these practices. That's what we argue in this call, and we did 10 years ago, and we are waiting. The owner is waiting, again, the owner. We had a special owner that enabled us to propose this. Let's wait until we have the money and the right program to rebuild the building. Let's rebuild the use of the building, not the building in itself. And when you know what to do and you have the right money and you're sure that's the right program for the building, cultural center, again, a place of practicing or whatever, then you do it. But wait, don't go rushing to spend the money because the European Union is giving the money and you have to spend it. So just think. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is also what the jury said, that this is really an extraordinary idea to use in all areas of emergency around the world to make a destroyed or damaged place of worship safe and give it time until you have the idea, the money or whatever, but protect it.
If the community rebuilt, sometimes you need to rebuild the community so they can practice in that space.
But sorry, but now I thought you were first. But
yeah, we can talk together. You can start and I can start.
Okay.
I'm a designer. We designed together with Don Marcello, the church. You can see in the Italian one, the only Italian church that it's exhibited here. And I was impressed by looking at all the projects, and I was also wondering what could we as architects, but furthermore as human beings, perform to heal society, as you told before, or at least to impact on security in terms of preventing hate and violence, and support dialogue and respect. And I see what links all these projects, and what makes me very trustful for future, because of this outcome and because of this common approach, is this non-rhetorical or anti-rhetorical language that comes out from all the design, from all the projects. So this approach is a very, well, you said metaphysical, transcendent, but in fact is going deep into the reasons of living together, respecting each other, and looking to the true reality of things. So what any of these projects avoids totally the rhetorical language, which is what brings, by my opinion, an attitude towards rejection, violence, and hate. So we have to keep on using this strong language and fighting against the rhetorics. So this is what our mission. And it has to be done in the churches and the worship places, but any public space, any should also be conceived with this deep concern, by my opinion.
Thank you.
I just want to add something, and I also have a question for my colleagues. I am a partner of Massimo, and Don Marcello was our client, our commitment with the community of Varignano. So when we started to work on the project, they didn't ask us to specifically work on a safe and secure place. Security wasn't an issue. We were asked to work on, to perform sustainability, simplicity, and beauty, but somehow security by design wasn't an issue. So we weren't probably conscious about that, even if maybe our personal experience, we have worked for many years in war-torn areas such as Sudan, Afghanistan, Iraq. So maybe our experience helped in a way. What I want to say is that after today, somehow it was like, I can say that we were unconscious, sort of unconscious awareness about the question. So I want to ask you if it is the same for you. It has been the same for you, but it's also a question maybe for Mr. Smith, as you have talked about. You said the obvious solutions. That is very interesting in my point of view.
I'm sorry, but our Tenerife colleague was first.
Thank you to everyone for the great presentations. I will go back to the Canary Islands, very motivated to work. Also in the line what my colleagues have said, I think the main topic of Temple could be especially like a celebration of the mystery. This means that you need silence. This is because of the mixed use of these spaces that we are talking about. I agree that we can open church so people can know the people, can get involved in community. But society, I think, in this present moment, really needs silence, a place to meet this mystery, right? And we try to do this. And according to security, I would say that this is a very serious topic, okay? I don't want to, but we are all going to die, okay? And there is enough with good architecture, I think. Architects, we work with these firmitas, utilitas, and venustas, right? Security is part of these trends or utility. So I think good architecture will always help on security, as my colleagues were saying. So, well, this is removing some stress from us, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Shaukat, you have your own.
Thank you so much. I want to share quickly with you something that came to me 2 days ago, and it relates to your question, sir. There is something on hardware for security by design, so perimeter fencing, cameras, locks, doors, this is hardware. The other issue, I think, is software. Human community software. Community eyes, community ears, community voices protecting a physical building. I'll give you a quick example of this. In Europe now, there's something called the cost of living crisis. People cannot afford to pay bills. So expensive. Yesterday, 2 days ago, an organization came to me and asked me, we would like to create a warm bank. Warm bank, you know, like food bank. Can we create a warm bank? I said, what do you mean a warm bank? Can you tell us a place of worship which is warm so we can send old people and young people to go and stay in that building during the day or the night so they don't, who can't afford to pay the bills in their own house? I said, this is an amazing idea. And then they gave me an example of a mosque that was heating 24 hours a day. And this mosque was being attacked regularly, their windows were being smashed. Suddenly, for 2 months, this building's mosque's windows have not been smashed. And they wanted to know why. And they found out that the reason why this mosque has not had their window smashed, because the person who's smashing the window is now staying in the mosque. Because this was an old man who hated the Muslim community and had suspicion of the mosque. But when the mosque said that anyone in this community that cannot afford to feed or heat their house, come into our mosque and we will feed and you can stay there. And this old man came because he was desperate, stayed in the mosque, and suddenly the window stopped smashing. And then he admitted, I'm the one who was smashing your window. Now that I see what you are doing for the community, even though I'm not a Muslim, I'm ready to defend your building. This is software security. And this organization, I'll tell you, I'll share it, it was the Red Cross. The Red Cross came to me and said, we want to create warm banks in Europe. Can you give us the name of organizations, especially places of worship, that are heated so we can send vulnerable people to stay in those facilities? So this is security by design. This is, and you just talked, this is a key word, mixed usage. This is critical for the future. Just having traditional worship like on Sunday morning is not sustainable now for the future. It's got to be mixed development. So we're telling the architects in our network, we're saying whenever you design a building, what is the mixed usage strategy for this building? I'll stop there.
Gloria, do you want to translate?
No, traduce lui. Permettetemi una cosa, cioè molto semplice, forse da incallito romantico. Cortissimi. Vorrei farvi un invito a voi architetti d'Europa. Provate a seminare bellezza. Io credo che oggi forse domina e è più attrattiva la bruttezza. Forse, ecco, delle costruzioni, delle interazioni, delle città un momentino più belle può essere che aiutino maggiormente anche un cammino verso la sicurezza.
Don Marcello invites us as architects to see the beauty in the cities, in living spaces, in public spaces, because beauty will help us to restore friendship and the capability to live together. So here's it's an invitation. We will pick it up for sure.
Okay. Hi everybody. Thank you very much for this meeting and the other meetings. I was very, very lucky to attend to the others because I saw too much beautiful architecture today. So beautiful churches, chapels, very good video. I hope one day we'll have it in France. I will talk to you later. It's a very good project. My way is, I thought some years ago that my way was different. And attempting to your events, really, I'm happy to say today that we have the same way. Architects, we have the same way. We are not building places of worship, no, just places of life. It's more simple for me because I built too many mosques in France, nearly 30 mosques. And I thought a long time it was special. It's not special at all. I was talking to architects from London, from Helsinki, from Portugal, and their way is the mine. It's exactly the mine. I heard the word openness maybe 10 times today. And I was for 20 years selling to my clients, openness, openness, openness. I invented anything. I'm sure today that everybody is agree today that the solution for the future is to be open to the others. And I think that religion is specific to a faith community. But faith, it's something general. You believe at whatever you want to believe. God, other thing, it's free to you to believe to your way. But the place you design, place the architect designed for you, it may be the same if the client is Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Shiva temple. I discussed it really with many people, and I'm happy to say today that for us architects, in my opinion, there is one way, and it's openness, openness, openness. Thank you.
Maybe Osama, I can add something. So Osama, an architect from France who presented at our Copenhagen event, which was on funding, and there is a thing that you do differently, because in Osama's project, he uses, for example, funding for sustainability measures to fund his place of worship as well. And he uses different kind of usages. So his place of worship is not only a place of worship, but there is also a shop or a cinema or a supermarket or a coiffeur or whatever in there, and with this is also co-funding secured. So in case you're interested in Osama's work, please have a coffee with him. I'm a bit aware of time because we're again over time, but it's really interesting. I don't know what to do now. I mean, we can still use the coffee facility outside if people want to talk one-to-one, but I'm sure otherwise we could continue for 3 more hours.
Can I ask for a...
Do you want to do the final remark?
Just a short one. Starting from your do I need this? So starting from what you said earlier, and what you said about mixing, it's such a shame that we have a lot of space used so badly, you know. So in the UK, there are churches which are giving their spaces to homeless people between November and March. And I did this research, and I've been in touch with some communities, and I started a project, but because it's charity and it's from my free time and I'm involved in so many charities, I don't have time to. So it's an invitation. If you think it's possible to put together a few architects today and to create a team and work on this project, because it's a wonderful, and we can help. Yeah, the warm bank, because it's not only homeless people. There are a lot of people struggling also in the UK and I think all over with this crisis. And I think this is a good help for them. And the church, or they can prove that they are near the people and they can help them. And I have some ideas with some deployable structure, but we can talk. And this is an initiative. If anybody today can join and you maybe organize this and be the leader, and
absolutely.
It's an invitation.
Veronica's got the contact details, but I will give you my card over coffee now. I'm in conversation with the Red Cross, International Red Cross. They came to me with this idea. It's not my idea. They wanted me to connect the architectural facilities. You may have some, you may have some. We could look at this as a European strategy, because the cost of living crisis is not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Who's providing the solution? So I think this is where faith communities can come together with architects for potential solutions. So I'm ready to work with you, my friend.
Okay, so on this positive new initiative, I would close the event. I very much thank also the people who joined us online, all the people who watched on YouTube. Thank you very much. And the recordings will be available afterwards for you all to share as well with your contacts. I thank Gloria, most of all, because she did all the hard work. And thank you all for coming all the way from wherever you live, and I wish you safe travels back home. Shaukat, do you also want to say something?
Just wanted to say thank you to you, to the Architects Council of Europe, for an absolutely fantastic 18 months. It's going to come up to 2 years. An inspirational leadership in Veronica and Gloria. Great team to work with. We feel that, look, the architectural strategy for places of worship, not just on security, there is a fantastic future. The future is very bright. Looking at your vision, amazing. The challenge we have now is how do we get your ideas to as many people as possible? Under the leadership of the Architects Council of Europe, we feel that there is an inspirational leadership and coordination there that is going to make this work, number one. Number two is that I think that the relationships that have been established, we need to find mechanisms to maintain those relationships. Number two. And my last point is the security by design concept. From the EU perspective, is still in its infancy. I know the EU has disappeared now, so I'll be... It's in its infancy. There is actually, from our understanding, there's a lot of development to take place for two reasons. One is that the security dimension in Europe is going to change, unfortunately, potentially for the worse. If it deteriorates, the requirement to protect places of worship and other soft targets is going to evolve. In the UK, for instance, a new law has been passed called Martin's Law. This was after the Ariana Grande attack in 2017. So this, in Manchester, you heard about the Ariana Grande attack, 23 people killed. This has changed the strategic, intellectual understanding of protecting soft targets. The other targets, for instance, nuclear power stations, military installations, police stations, very well-grounded strategy. Soft target development is still in its infancy, and in Europe they are planning. They're looking for architects to help them develop a new strategy. So this is evolving. You guys that are here, you will not die poor, I think. There is scope. And the second thing is that religious community leaders need guidance. And I think architects are in a prime position to offer this guidance. And if we can be of any assistance, we'd like to reach out to you and build that bridge, because you have the knowledge, the wisdom, and the desire, I think. I can see here, you have the desire to help. So we want to bridge that gap, and hopefully, God willing, as we're talking about places of worship, inshallah. We want to build that bridge so everyone can succeed. But I wish to thank you from my team behalf and on behalf of SOAR team. We are deeply grateful for your inspiration, for your guidance and your wisdom, and we wish you all the best for the future. Thank you.
Should we have a quick group photo, actually? Yeah? Always find something to not let you go. Yeah. So if everybody who wants to be on a group photo can just move there, and then we take a photo, and yeah. Thank you. Okay, let's be good to those.